Nothing like the present, eh? So might as well just get this out of the way. What's up, everybody? It is Zach of the Dark Conservatarian YouTube channel, and in recent weeks, months even, because I'm such a slow reader, I've been focusing on trying to finish a little book, as you can tell by the thumbnail, was this book called Every Young Man's Battle. And basically, long and short, it's a anti-pornography book. And it's come under a little bit of a controversy as of recently, and that is part as to why that I'm responding to this is because the controversy has reached to an almost personal level. Not to say that I agree with everything in the book, not even close, but still, the way that this particular podcast by the woman named Sheila Wray Gregoire of the Bare Marriage podcast, the way that they go about it is just uncharitable at best, if not dishonest at worst. And so I thought it more than warranted a response, quite frankly. And so that is why that I'm here. And just a little FYI, it is going to be a long one today on this live stream. It's going to be even more longer if I end up having a guest on to talk about the live stream, or excuse me, talk about the podcast or the book or whatever. That'll put it up to like Stitch and Adam podcast levels of lengthiness. So buckle in tight, folks. And also, to anybody who might come across this live stream and might have a problem with it, FYI, this live stream is probably going to have a fair amount of cursing in it. And I don't want to hear any whinging or anything like that about the fact that I curse at all. Pay attention to the substance of what I have to say, like in between all the curse words, please, and don't dismiss all my arguments just because I might get a little bit animated here. But I'm gonna very quickly share this to my Discord because I forgot about that until now. And yeah, without further ado, let's just get right into it. Pull it up, play.
Hello and welcome to episode 192 of the Bare Marriage Podcast.
Wait, what? I was trying to pause it right there, but I don't know what happened. I must have accidentally pressed the rewind button. But I'm trying to see if I can hear my audio going for this. Damn it. Okay, yeah. Audio is being heard from the live stream, so let's continue on.
Hello and welcome to episode 192 of the Bare Marriage Podcast. Let's talk today about Every Young Man's Battle. It's the only book that I've ever reviewed that actually had me weeping on the floor. That's how bad it was. And it's time for us to confront how awful some of our resources.
Should that mean anything to me? This podcast has me shouting out loud that of rage, that is of how disgustingly dishonest I find this podcast to be. Should that mean anything? I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I'm also pausing for the sake of copyright fair use.
Especially those aimed at teens actually are. And today we're going to put a spotlight on the resources aimed at teen boys. So in just a minute, we're going to have some people joining us for a panel discussion. But as a reminder, this is the place on Bare Marriage where we like to talk about healthy, evidence-based biblical advice for your sex life, your marriage, and your parenting. And just a quick announcement before we get started. The audiobook for She Deserves Better launched this week. And
there's a bit of a 5-minute ad here. So just in case anybody who goes listening on in the future, to get down to the actual arguments, you might want to fast forward by at least maybe 5 minutes, maybe more. And hello, Mr. Merchant in the live chat. He says, first impressions, she looks like a Karen. I am sorry, but that is the vibes I get from her in the thumbnail. I mean, to put it lightly, that is a rather unflattering picture that she took of herself for the thumbnail of her podcast.
We're so excited about that. It's doing really well on Amazon, so you can get it. It's actually Rebecca and me who did narrate it. So as you listen to it, you will hear my voice. When you're listening to the modesty chapter and Rebecca's reading most of that, remember it took her like a dozen tries to get through that because she kept bursting into tears. I mean, this stuff is heavy and we can do better. We can all do better. And not just for our daughters, but for our sons too. And so that's what we're going to talk about today as we focus the discussion on the book, Every Young Man's Battle. So here we go. I am so excited to have two of my...
I wonder if there's any way for me to like put a full screen version of the pull up full screen the podcast thumbnail here just for a sake that it isn't that most of the screen is not just some big old bland internet browser, as you just have all this hard white going on up here in the live stream display.
Favorite people on the Bear Marriage podcast today. We have Andrew Bowman's back. You haven't been here in a while, Andrew.
Been a minute. Glad to be back.
Zachary Wagner, who was on, just a few weeks ago with your new book, Non-Toxic Masculinity. Hi, Zach.
Hi, good to see you again. I feel privileged to have already reached the
non-toxic masculinity. I mean, in theory, I guess I could admit that there is like some kind of toxic masculinity out there, but the fact that somebody would be like using that term just in an unironic sense just gives a bit of a red flag to my head, quite frankly. Am I the only one there of that mindset, or no?
Of one of your favorite people. That's high praise.
You know what? I just love men who are talking about this in a healthy way. And Andrew, you've done, you've got your books, The Sexually Healthy Man. You talk so much about the pornified style of relating, and we've had you on the podcast to do that several times. You know, Zachary, again, talking about non-toxic masculinity. Here, you know what? I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves because I'll do it badly. Andrew, tell people who you are.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Andrew Bauman. Run the Christian Counseling Center for Sexual Health and Trauma with my wife, Dr. Christy Bauman.
Now, this particular guy in particular, Andrew Bauman, he was like, frankly, the one that really annoyed me the most when I gave my first listen to this podcast. I listened to probably about 25-ish minutes of the podcast, and most of the frustration was really coming from him. Zachary Wagner seems to be just going along, being like, yeah, just agreeing with everything and giving reaffirmations, not really providing much of anything of his own word or argument as far as responding to the book, Every Young Man's Battle. But regardless, yeah, this Andrew guy, no.
And yeah, written about 6 books and currently working on research around women's experience of sexism and abuse in the Protestant church as well, and working on a book on that same topic. So glad to be here, and yeah, love your work and pioneering this conversation. So thank you.
And Zachary?
Yeah, so I'm Zachary Wagner. I currently live in England, where I'm working on a PhD in New Testament. But more relevant to this conversation is the fact that I recently published a book entitled Non-Toxic Masculinity, Recovering Healthy Male Sexuality with InterVarsity Press. And yeah, happy to leave it there.
All right, so we're here not to talk about your books, but to talk about another book, which I have read, I don't know how many dozens of books over the last few years as we have been delving into healthy sexuality and where the church has gone wrong. And I've been angry at so many of the books. I have written and talked about so many of the books, but there's only one book that made me weep, and that was this one.
Made you weep? Like, weep as in you laughed so hard in hysteria to where that you practically cried, or you weeped as in you cried with sadness? I'm just asking, just wondering. And also fair use.
Young Man's Battle. And I wept for the little boys who were reading it, and I could just picture what was happening to them as they read this book. It is truly horrendous.
I mean, when I read through the entirety of the book, again, finished it from page to page, like there is like some things, like I said, I disagree with as far as the book goes, but for the book to like be attempting to take a young boy from a rather promiscuous sex and porn addicted state to being a slight to being a more dignified Christian that is not consistently looking at porn, maybe has some what you view to be problematic gender beliefs as far as Christianity goes. I mean, that's still better than what they were before as far as porn addiction goes and whatnot. So it might not be the absolute optimal of what you want them to be, but is it really worse than what some of these testimonies that the book gives forth? And some might be the testimonies of you know, and by the way, I guess I just realized that it wasn't 5 minutes of advertisement, so I was misremembering that part of it. It was only like 1 minute. I do not know why I was misremembering that. It must have been me misremembering my own notes, but whatever. So I'm just, at least there seems to be progress as far as what the writers Fred Stoeker and Stephen Arturburn are like trying to push men and I guess young people in general to be, primarily men.
And in this podcast, I want to explain why. This Every Young Man's Battle is still being used. I get emails all the time from people saying, at my Christian school, the grade 9 class is taking all the boys through Every Young Man's Battle, or our middle school youth group is taking the junior high boys through Every Young Man's Battle. So I hear about this constantly, that youth groups and Christian schools are using this as curriculum. So it's not necessarily that boys who are struggling with sexual sin are turning to the book. It's that this book is being pushed on boys, any boy. As I am going to read some quotes from this book.
I mean, what's the alternative? I'm wondering. I mean, let's brainstorm a little bit. Would you prefer if if the Sunday school teachers and all those types of people just went from boy to boy, from person to person, asking, hey, do you got a porn addiction? Hey, do you got a porn addiction? And if they say no, then okay, you don't have to read the book. But if they say yes, okay, we are issuing you the book, and so on and so forth. Like, maybe it's unnecessary for some people, but I guess to argue devil's advocate, those Sunday school teachers are working under the assumption that in some point of the first 25 years of a person's life that they are going to be in sexual sin, in some kind of lifestyle of sexual sin. So therefore they are pushing the book for everybody. But on the other hand, I do not know if it's mentioned a little bit later what I was about to say, but maybe it is. I was about to go mentioning of how that the book gets a little bit lewd as far as its descriptors of sexual imagery, not sex itself, but sexual imagery and so forth. But maybe they mention it a little bit later, so we'll just continue for right now.
Throughout this podcast, I want you to picture a 12, 13, 14-year-old boy reading this. Everyone who's listening, and just imagine the effects. Trigger warning, much of what I'm going to be reading is
Trigger warning, cringe.
horrendous. These are not my words, but I think it's important that we understand what this book honestly said. So if you're someone who will be triggered by objectification of women, by graphic descriptions of women in terms of body parts, by graphic descriptions of pornography, well, I mean, it doesn't get too graphic about porn, but it still is gratuitous. Then I would advise skipping this podcast, because I can't even tell you where to skip to, because the whole podcast is just going to be these awful quotes. But
now, I don't really like the term objectification. By the way, like, it's like if the person is saying that as soon as you go looking at the physical attributes and appreciating the physical attributes of another person, you are looking at them as nothing more than just an object. As in, you're putting aside all sense of personality and person that person, well, is. And I just utterly reject the idea that that is the case for like anybody and everybody who has ever lusted or whatever. Like, And here's what I have to say in response. Like, for example, a gay dude, or even a lesbian for that matter, somebody who's just in general attracted to somebody of the same sex. The fact that they go appreciating physical attributes of that other person of the same sex, does that mean that they automatically go looking at that gender, in this case, their own gender, to be nothing but objects? I mean, either A, they would have to have a very extreme case of self hatred, or no, they aren't looking at them as an object. But it is the world that we live in, and I guess so far we do not have an alternative word for the term, for the meaning behind the word, or the general meaning behind the word objectification, and that is looking at and appreciating, in a sense, the physical attributes of a person, be it lusting or whatever else have you. Um, and in the sense of this, like, anyway, I think I've said my piece on that. Let's just continue.
I think it's important for us to know what is being said in the evangelical circles. So, for context, Every Young Man's Battle was written a few years after Every Man's Battle was written. Steve Arturburn and Fred Stoeker co-authored that book, and they co-authored this one. The series has sold more than 4 million copies, so very popular series. And this was them taking their message in Every Man's Battle and distilling it down to teens. Okay, so that being said, guys, I want to read you a couple of quotes just to set the stage. I've got 10 points I want to cover, but I want to set.
I just want to like say this right now before we get too far ahead. She mentions teens. Like, she also mentioned a little bit earlier, or insinuated a little bit earlier at least, that it's like people who are like preteens as well. Like, is it just teens, or is it preteens as well that you're saying that the book is being issued out to? I can agree, I guess, that the book should not be advised to preteens at all. Teens, maybe you're starting to get into that. I don't know. It's kind of, especially in today's political climate, in regards of how that there's a debate over public schools, and how that public schools should not be teaching any sex at all to children. And of course, I'm in agreement with that. Like, the books alleged to be given out to kids back in like Florida or Loudoun County, Virginia, and places like that, of how that there's these cartoon depictions of some dude sucking another dude's dick or whatever. Obviously, throw that in the trash. Do not show really anybody that kind of perversion, much less kids. But when somebody is like 16, I go wondering, like, isn't that one that you ought to like start to at least introducing the concept of how sex is done, and how safe sex should be done? I don't know. It's definitely a that might be a conversation for another time. But I'm still trying to get warmed up as far as my live stream response and off the cuff political commentary goes for this live stream.
The stage for what boys hear when they open this book. So here is a quote. Here's how Steve Arturburn explains what this book is for. You are a sexual being and deserve to know what's right and true about your sexuality, so you can have the greatest chance possible for a fantastic sexual relationship with the person you marry.
You heard that? Oh my gosh. All right. I might not quite agree with the term "you're a sexual being." Like, obviously, yeah, you could like chalk that up that everybody is a sexual being, unless somebody like that. There is some species out there that does not procreate via sex or anything like that, which that's kind of hard to imagine or even picture. But you could like go off the cuff and say that all creatures are sexual beings to some extent or another. To just say, like, leave that statement alone, it's like, no, humans are not just sexual beings. They're also I don't know, productive beings. We are productive beings as far in other ways, not just like making babies in the bedroom, but building houses, making culture, drawing fine art, all that other kind of stuff. and so on and so forth. Yeah, I do not know exactly where I was going with that one. I'm gonna rewind just a little bit.
So here is a quote. Here's how Steve Arturburn explains what this book is for. You are a sexual being and deserve to know what's right and true about your sexuality so you can have the greatest chance possible for a fantastic sexual relationship with the person you marry.
Okay, so now I'm remembering what all more I was wanting to say. Aside from the whole sexual being descriptor right there being a bit of a misnomer, in my opinion, what else is wrong with that statement right there? I mean, shouldn't everybody, like, when they get married, like, be deserving of a healthy sexual relationship with their spouse? I mean, what's so wrong with that? We'll get a little bit more in depth into the meat and potatoes of as far as what I have to say fully in response to their problem with this excerpt, but let's just go on.
Zachary, you look like you want to say something already.
It's been a minute since I've thought about or looked closely at this book. I shouldn't say I've thought about it, but wow, that just really gets it going. And I think it signals the way in kind of purity culture broadly construed, which I think constitutes so much of the evangelical church's approach to sexuality over the past couple decades or
And as far as purity goes, I mean, to have a healthy sexual relationship within your marriage with specifically and exclusively your spouse, is that not remaining within sexual purity?
a little more maybe, held out this promise of a great sex life as the why for so much of our just discussion of sexual ethics, particularly to young.
It can be one of the whys. I mean, sure, I'm sure that we can all agree to some extent or another that, well, I don't know. I was about to say that procreation is that sex is mainly for procreation of children and a continuation of the human species. Maybe we can all even agree that that's the main reason. But couldn't a secondary reason, as far as like healthy relationships with your spouses go, be as well as a healthy sexual relationship with your spouse as well? I mean, it doesn't have to be exclusively just one thing, dude.
People. Yeah. And it's just shallow in one sense and pagan in another, perhaps.
Okay. Here's the part that I really wanted to respond to. The idea that it's pagan. It's like if he's thinking and saying that healthy sexual relationship with your partner is specifically a non-Christian thing. That, having healthy sexual relationships, that is a non-Christian thing. Well, that is where that I will bring us to these 3 verses that I pulled up, and maybe I should have actually written them down on my notepad as far as which ones that I want to specify, because really there's multiple ones in the openbible.info website here. And just the general attitude that these people are taken to the excerpt of you deserve a healthy sexual relationship. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. You deserve a healthy sexual relationship with your wife, with your spouse. It's like as if they are saying that the Bible and Christianity is, in a way, anti-sex. Now, a little bit of a history lesson to anybody who might be listening in the future or right now even. So a few years ago, I made a response video to a guy named Tim Horn. And he, of course, made a response video to me as well. And in his original response video that was in response to PragerU, he was going on about how the Bible is anti-sex. And that was one that I decided to end my response video, because nothing could be absolutely more ridiculous than just that statement alone right there. Because obviously there are some verses that are encouraging in some ways or another sex with your spouse specifically, not promiscuous sex outside of marriage or even gay sex for that matter or anything else like that, but with your spouse. And it just seems so absolutely ridiculous. Unless God was like calling for us humans to try and create babies via a artificial maturation chamber like the Borg in Star Trek or something, it's an absolutely ridiculous statement, because right now the only way, in fact, the only way throughout all of history that we have to make babies is with sex, specifically vaginal penetration. So the statement alone of the Bible is anti-sex is just ridiculous. Now, these people, a Bare Marriage podcast is not taking it to that extreme. I'm sure they are just trying to say that it's anti-sexual pleasure, not necessarily anti-sex for the sake of procreation. But either way, both Tim Horn and Bare Marriage podcast are wrong for different but somewhat overlapping reasons. And this is where I'll get into the response as to why that is. So, 1 Corinthians 7:3-5. The husband should give to his wife her conjugal rights, and likewise the wife to her husband. For the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does. Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time, that you may devote yourselves to prayer, but then come together again, so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time, that you may devote yourselves to prayer. I don't know. Maybe the verse wasn't as explicit as I was thinking it was, because we can think all we want about the idea of the wife does not have authority over her own body, nor the husband has authority over his own body, what the exact meaning of that statement right there goes. But when I first read the statement, do not deprive one another, especially when I was searching up what does the Bible have to say about sex, and this verse gets pulled up, I go thinking they're saying do not deprive your spouse of sex, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time. But that might be me reading a little bit too much into the lines, in between the lines, as some people might say. So that's why I also have these two other verses. Genesis 1:28. Now, this is a pro-sex for procreation verse, but still. And God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. So, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. In other words, make babies. How are you going to make babies? Sex. So, Tim Horn is like objectively wrong with his statement that the Bible is anti-sex. I mean, say that the Bible is anti-gay sex or anti-sex outside of marriage or any of those other different kinds of sex. But to say that generally or even wholly that the Bible is anti-sex is just ridiculous. We need sex to make babies, damn it. And the Bible verse right here is commanding, make babies. But it gets even better. In response to both Tim Horn and the Bare Marriage podcast, Proverbs 5:18-19. Let your fountain be blessed, and rejoice in the wife of your youth, a lovely deer, a graceful doe. Let her breasts fill you at all times with delight, be intoxicated always in her love. Now, unless somebody was to think that breast is supposed to be metaphorical somehow, I would think that this is an idea right here of breasts being like the physical body part of the female sex. And by extension, if we were to like do a bit of a gender flip, it's probably like meaning the same way as far as men pleasuring their wife, like telling women take pleasure in the privy parts of your man, as I can think that the Bible would put it if it was to like put it in that sort of way. But still, this particular proverb is encouraging healthy sexual relationships for pleasure to some extent with your spouse specifically. So, yeah, to say that the idea that Stephen and Fred were like putting forth that you deserve a healthy sexual relationship, and Bear Marriage Podcast is just poo-pooing that and saying that, oh, that's a pagan statement right there, is just absolutely wrong. Be it you have toxic anti-theist douchebags like Tim Horn, or Christian third wave feminists like the Bear Marriage Podcast right here, who say that sex is somehow only for procreation. Either way, both parties are wrong. I'll address the chat here a little bit, and then we'll get back on to listen to this. Someone 1000 says, from what I understand of the Judeo-Christian teachings, it isn't against sexual pleasure, it's against it. What? From what I understand of the Judeo-Christian teachings, it isn't against sexual pleasure. It's against it if you want to teach the word of God. Of course, what I understand of the teachings, I don't think it's that, Someone 1000. I think you might be. I almost think that Someone 1000, you might be thinking of some of the teachings of Paul, of where that he was trying to offer some bit of encouragement to men and women too, for that matter, who end up remaining virgins all their lives and in no marital relationship at all. And he's trying to encourage them to just go out and spread the word of God as an alternative to making a family. It's not necessarily. I mean, we would have to actually pull up the verse to have a full-on conversation about the verses that I am vaguely thinking of that Sent 1000 I think might be referring to. But regardless, I don't think that Paul or whoever that one you might have been referring to was trying to say that you should abstain from sex if you want to teach the word of God. It's just saying that if you can't have a sexual relationship, if you can't have a marital relationship, then just go out and witness the word of God to everybody. So, yeah. I cannot read this. I do not know if it's Korean, Arab, or whatever the typing of this one guy who in my live chat, but he says, why even be a Christian at that point if you're a feminist? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm at a. I don't know. My mind drew a blank as far as what response I want to say. Someone 1000 says that is what mean it is when the time of the writing prior to the television and such. What? I think you might have done a bit of a grammatical typo there, Sent 1000. That last live chat comment was a bit confusing. But anyway.
But also importantly, just not true. Could be charitable and say,
it is true, dude. As I just quoted the verses just a little bit earlier in this live stream. Do not, man. This is the first big problem that I had with the podcast, because I vaguely remembered the one proverb suggesting that the husband indulge in the bosom of his wife, but I did not explicitly remember the wording of the verse or what exact verse it was, but I remembered it, and I thought, you're just wrong.
If I'm recalling the quote as you read it correctly, I want you to have the best chance of this. Mm-hmm. So it's not stated as a promise, but just think about, again, kind of as you exhorted us to start, 12, 13-year-old boy reading that, just becoming kind of alive to their sexuality, sexual body, sexual selves, holding that out.
Well, that is a wrongful assumption on the young boy's part, quite frankly. Not a wrongful teaching on Stoeker and Arturburn necessarily. So, sorry. I mean, it isn't the fault of the writer themselves always that the reader takes complicates or takes out of context the teachings or sayings of the writer. In this case being Stoeker and Arturburn. And I guess I forgot to kind of mention this as well. As far as this book being issued out to be read by teenagers or young boys or what have you, I mean, we can have like a full-on conversation as far as when exactly a young man should be shown this book or any other book that goes engaging in deeper detail than on a grade school level as far as the concept of sex goes. I mean, I think that maybe 16 might be a safe age as far as teaching it goes. That's just my personal opinion, but that's a wider conversation. We can have it at some point. But just because that Sunday school teachers are offering out does not automatically mean Arturburn and Stoeker were like intending it for that purpose, really. I mean, were they actually intending it for that purpose? I do not remember every exact word in the book. I mean, it took me quite a long time to finish the book because I'm just that slow of a reader. Actually, I might have, I might vaguely remember there being some statements of where that Arturburn and Stoeker were writing the book as if, in a way, as if they were talking to a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, in which I would probably disagree with. But on the other hand, one must raise the question, what about the Bible as far as encouraging young teenagers to read the Bible and so forth? There are some graphic depictions in the Bible as far as sex goes, graphic descriptions. Not, or maybe that might be a wrong wording, graphic, quote unquote. But I just remember there being like the one Genesis passage of where, God, maybe I should have pulled up this one particular verse as well. But there was this one passage of where that a man, after his brother had died. Okay, so I can't remember the names. What's extra sad about it is that I fairly recently, by fairly recently, I mean 4 or 5 weeks ago, had a study with some family members of mine and a couple friends, older friends, about this particular passage, and the names are read off. But regardless, I can't remember the names right now. But the older brother gets married to some woman, and then he dies, and I guess the woman needed to birth a child to inherit that older brother's inheritance. But because he died before they had sex, there was no son to take up inheritance. So therefore, the second oldest brother was commanded by God or someone else to go ahead and have sex or take up in marriage the one woman, the widowed wife. But he pulled out early. Yeah, they actually described it like this. He pulled out and spilled on the floor. What does that particular verse refer to when it says that he spilled on the floor? His semen. So a little bit of a graphic descriptor of sex. And yet, I don't think that there's like any Christian that is saying that, oh, well, actually, maybe there is. I'm going to hold my tongue right there. I'm not going to assert that there aren't any. Maybe there are some Christians who are discouraging younger people from reading that particular passage or any other graphic passage or whatever. But I just want to raise this question in response to the idea of this book, Every Young Man's Battle, being issued out to young men. Should, in that case, we also be discouraging young men from reading that particular Genesis passage? Y'all might vaguely be knowing what I'm talking about, but let's move on. This is taking too long.
As the why we're talking about this,
Yeah.
And not even starting with the place, conversation of human dignity is
lacking.
It's
I'm going to
hard
say that
for
thread.
me. Yeah.
Andrew, I'm going to throw the next one to you.
Dignity is lacking? How is dignity lacking? It's not like, I mean, you know what would be a lacking of human dignity, at least in the Christian perspective, is if the book was to be encouraging promiscuous sex with whoever you want, one night stands consistently and all that stuff. But the book was not encouraging that at all. This is encouraging a healthy sexual relationship, saying you deserve a healthy sexual relationship with your spouse, with your wife in this case, because the book is talking to men. How is that undignified? Just again, this is where the podcast is at best uncharitable. We have yet to get into the actual full-on dishonesty of this podcast, at least within the first 25 minutes that I had already listened to earlier this year. Okay. So getting caught up in the chat, sent 1000 says, sorry, what I mean, considering most of the teaching was done at churches or by a letter instead of the televisions as we can do now. Okay, I don't know if I fully get what I do not know if I still get what you're trying to say there, Sentinel 1000. I'm sorry. Night Shift 10,000 says, hey, what's going on? Not much, Night Shift. I'm in for a bit of a long Sunday evening here.
Okay. So this is
Can I add into that one as well?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Basically the thought that sexuality is intercourse, that sexuality, basically the definition is, he's saying it's about orgasm. It's about selfish pleasure rather than shared intimacy, shared connection, right? Like the actual stuff that we.
Okay, this is where it got extra uncharitable. I'm glad that I re-listened to this part right here, because damn it, the book was not exclusive towards the idea of women taking pleasure in their husband. I do not know where you get that from, the one excerpt that she read. Yeah, the book is for exclusively, well, maybe not exclusively, wrong wording. Yes, the book is for men, but it's not trying to say this is correct exclusively for men, that, oh, women cannot take sexual pleasure in their man. It wasn't saying that at all, especially not in the excerpt that you read right there, and not by what I remember of any excerpts that I read myself in the book. It's not exclusive to the idea of women taking pleasure in sex with their husband. I do not know where that Andy gets this. It's just frustrating.
We long for, right? Because the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection. We are longing to be connected. And when you minimize.
That's what Stoeker and Arturburn were encouraging in that excerpt.
Sex and make it just about orgasm. And it's not just mutual orgasm. He's literally talking through only the male lens.
No. Not through that excerpt and not through any other part in the book. He is really getting to the territory of lying, and it is really starting to get me heated.
Of a male pleasure.
Yep. Exactly. And this is okay.
All right, getting caught up on the live chat. Is DarkCon talking to someone right? New World Order. Now, I mean, sorry, I just giving you crap about your typo right there, Night Shift. But no, I'm not talking to someone right now. I'm responding to a podcast right now. I'm the only one on this live stream right now.
Okay, so here's one, and I believe this is on page 2. Okay, so he's trying to relate to his readers, and he's telling about a 12-year-old boy. So he's talking about a 12-year-old boy, Andrew, and he says this: stuff was happening inside his body, but he didn't understand why he was experiencing certain feelings. All he knew was that he had some urges that were difficult to control.
Okay, so to keep things in context, so what she was saying was that he was talking about a 12-year-old boy, was not specifically trying to say, I am trying to talk to a 12-year-old boy, only talking about a 12-year-old boy whose story I might have personally heard of or whatever. And by I, I'm meaning the writer at this point in the book. So, yeah.
The young boy then did a very courageous thing. He approached his father and said, "Dad, I just feel like taking off my clothes and standing in front of a girl naked."
So
what's with the reaction right there? I mean, yeah, the book is trying to bring forth all the examples to try and emphasize the brevity and severity of this issue right here. I mean, is that so wrong? It's like if a history book talking about World War II was to go into detail about how the Nazis killed the Jews during the Holocaust and so forth. And then somebody is all like, goes cringing at that. It's like, you got a problem with that? I mean, history is ugly. And in this case, sexual immorality and porn addiction is ugly. What are you going to do about it? You really want every single writer to be holding back? Like, yeah, if the book is trying to talk about, if the book writers and the book itself is trying to talk to 12-year-olds and preteens, then sure, maybe it should hold back a bit. But on the general topic of talking to anybody who is like over 16, should it really hold back? No.
If that's the case, right, that would be voyeurism.
Exhibitionism, technically, yes.
There you go. Yes.
Yes.
That would be, sorry, you're right. Exhibitionism. That would be a crime.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that Arturburn and Stoeker were encouraging that? I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to say that the guy is saying that Stoeker and Arturburn were encouraging that, but just the way that he says that in response to the book excerpt that was just read right there about the young boy saying, hey, Dad, I have the urge to get naked in front of a girl or whatever. It's like the way that Andy said it right there. It just came off as way too overcombative regardless to Stoeker and Arturburn.
So there's a lot.
I mean, yeah, duh. We all know that's exhibitionism. You don't have to. No shit, Sherlock. We get it. We already know. I'm going to rewind 15 seconds.
So if that's the case, right, that would be voyeurism.
Exhibitionism, technically, yes.
There you go. Yes.
Yes.
That would be, sorry, you're right. Exhibitionism. That would be a crime.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more going on than that, right?
Yeah.
What is he sexualizing? What wound is he eroticizing? Like, what is actually going on that he would want to expose himself in that way without the girl's consent? Like, okay, we're talking.
I mean, to be fair, she did not even read the response and description and prescription that Stoeker and Arturburn had to give to the situation as far as what their teachings would have to be on such a subject of a boy having the urge to want to get naked in front of a girl. I mean, I don't know. This guy, maybe I should rewind again.
What is he sexualizing? What wound is he eroticizing? Like, what is actually going on that he would want to expose himself in that way without the girl's consent?
Okay.
Like, okay, we're talking about criminal activity here, right?
Okay.
This isn't the normal, sexual arousal type of thing. This is a criminal act of exhibitionism that literally is completely just evil.
Yeah, and
I mean, duh, Stoeker and Arturburn already do think that is evil. I mean, I don't remember any part that I've personally read of the book saying, oh yeah, that's okay, exposing yourself to a girl like that. They would be discouraging that. Like I said, this podcast and the way that they go about responding to it is just really overly uncharitable, overly combative, and sometimes dishonest and just ridiculous all around. But yeah, they obviously know that it's already a crime. They know that it's that's a sin to be doing that. And I do not know what the guy's getting on. I mean, okay, so Andy said there is a little bit more to that than just sexual arousal, sexual lust. It's a criminal. It's like, and Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to mitigate that kind of situation to get the boy away, or any boys in the future who might read this page of the book, away from doing anything like that. Same thing goes for things like rape. I mean, again, what is his point right here? He's not saying enough. I don't know. Maybe I am like stretching thin for content right here, because Andy just does not go into does not flesh out his point fully.
Oh, I talked to a bunch of guys who commented on the book and said that putting that on page 2 just gave them ideas and it made them feel disgusting being a guy. Okay, speaking of that.
What? Do those same men that you talk to, Sheila, Miss Gregoire, those same men, do they feel disgusted with themselves as men just hearing of a rape case? I mean, what amount of self-guilt and self-hate would you have in order to feel disgusted with it? Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a... Okay. So, a little bit of a... I'm trying to think about how I want to approach this, because there is a little bit of a personal thing in my life that goes on with a certain man in my life that has planted some kind of seed of a self-hatred that I am definitely trying to suppress and so forth. But that doesn't make it right or anything like that. That doesn't mean that our criticism on something, hearing about a story like this that Gregoire is like reading, or in my own personal case of the personal man in my own personal life, that doesn't mean that we should... I don't know. It doesn't mean that we should like feel guilty and some kind of self-hatred as part of our criticism towards that. I mean, I'm just going to say, if those particular men that you talk to in your life, Gregoire, feel some kind of self-hatred or self-disgust as a man just reading that excerpt, well, then they really must just really have their balls in a pickle jar, excuse me, and just feel very easily guilted hearing a lot of other things that just really cucks themselves as far as what they do in general as men that might not necessarily be wrong, sinful, or otherwise.
Here's page 7. Hollywood movies filled me with lustful curiosity and burning passion. In one film, Diana Ross poured a bucket of ice on her boss's belly just as he orgasmed, which seemed to intensify the experience. My mouth dropped open. What's up with this? I pondered such scenes in my mind for days upon days. On those rare occasions that I went out on a date during the off-season, these deep churnings often stirred and bubbled over. Too often, I'd push a girl's boundaries when I tried to get a hand under her bra. That's
okay. I do remember reading this story myself, so there's not much being taken out of context right here. Like, so I don't. Okay, maybe I should like listen a little bit more. But so far, my own thoughts as far as like reading this is that Arturburn and Stoeker are trying to humanize themselves, to try and put themselves forth as flawed men, especially in their past when they were like addicted with sex and so forth. Trying to put forth their own testimony to help back up their case as to why that young men should stray away from promiscuous sex outside of marriage, porn addiction, and so on and so forth. I mean, nothing wrong so far. I mean, even like the specific description, like the most, okay, bucket of ice on a person's belly, nothing too graphic right there. Even as saying the word orgasm is not too graphic. I mean, if you like go reading the word orgasm, us as adults, obviously, we automatically know what that means. But if you're like some young kid or whatever, you would have to have some deeper explanation as to what the word orgasm means or whatever. I don't know. I guess I just to go thinking to myself, me personally, I would have to have a little bit more description reading back and listening back to that excerpt to consider it graphic than just say, oh, orgasm.
page 7.
Who is speaking here?
I believe that this one was Fred Stoeker explaining how he used to watch pornography. So one of the authors.
And if he doesn't deal with his pornographic mindset, if he doesn't deal with his pornographic style of relating, he's literally, in a sense, just promoting this really toxic view of both femininity and masculinity.
I cannot remember word for word the book again, but the idea that I got from the book was that he did get under control and even snuff out his own porn addiction. So what the fuck are you going on about, dude? Yeah, he got a handle of it, okay?
Yeah. And like he says, okay, this is 12-year-old boys, and he's putting like bucket of ice on her boss's belly just to see orgasm, which intensified the experience. No 12-year-old boy needs to be told about this.
No. That's what I mean. It seems to me, participating, and this is all over these books. It's just, as you're saying, Sheila, more egregious that this is written to 12-year-olds. But this is all over so many kind of Christian books on sex, just like weirdly specific.
I wish, there's a lot of excerpts that she goes reading. Like, me personally, when I go like making response videos or anything else like that, I do not dive deep into like book reviews because I'm a terrible reader. You all know that my main bread and butter is response videos, of where that I can take an excerpt of the video and just let it play out, and the audio is right there and easy enough. I am like watching through the video on my video editor as I am like cutting bits and pieces that I want to put in and trim out the fat, like, I don't know, a promotional ad, somebody promoting the new type of soap that they want to advertise because they're sponsored by some kind of soap company, just as a completely arbitrary example, or edit out the Raid Shadow Legends advertising or anything else like that. Edit that kind of stuff out. It's easy enough to do a response video. I don't do responses or reviews of books all that often. If I do, it is like basically like vague memories or anything or other stuff along those lines. Sheila Wray Gregoire, to her credit, I'm going to assume that she is a better and stronger reader than I am, because as she goes talking about, as she mentioned earlier, she read dozens of books about the subject when it comes to pornography addictions, and struggling with that as a Christian and so forth. So I would almost wonder, why did not she read the excerpt from this book right here? I mean, that is, if the excerpt even exists, of Stoeker and Arturburn as saying, you, Mr. 12-year-old boy, deserve a healthy sex life in your adulthood, and so on and so forth, or something else along those lines. It's like, if that excerpt exists of where that they do clue in or even explicitly say, yeah, we're talking to 12-year-olds right here, then why didn't she read it? I just got to wonder. Like, if so, then yeah, I don't think that the book should be, I would not have my 12-year-old read it. I'd have maybe my 16-year-old, that is, if I agreed with everything in this book. But again, I don't agree 100% with the book, and I'll probably have the chance to explain later on of what I do disagree and agree with the book on. Actually, I'll mention one thing. One thing that I disagree with the book is that one of the writers goes saying that they were in a relationship with some girl who's an atheist, and they were an atheist themselves or a non-believer at the time, and then they converted to Christianity, and they tried to get their own girlfriend to convert to Christianity, or at least consider it, and she was all like, no, and then he just cut her out of her life completely. That was the first time that I tried reading this book, that was the point of where that I just stopped, because I was thinking to myself, dude, why would you just cut a non-believer completely out of your life? You just basically lost somebody out of your life that you could have been a witness to as a Christian to a non-believer, to get them to maybe become a Christian. Like, it just seems to be a massive misstep. What? Just because you find out that yeah, go ahead. Stop dating them. I understand that. Ministry dating, I agree that is a bad idea. One of the prerequisites for me, if I was to ever get a girlfriend, is that they do have to be a Christian. Me personally. But to cut an atheist girl completely out of my life just because they're an atheist, it almost seems to be the Penn Jillette saying of, if you do not care that I die to hell, then that means that you hate me, or whatever exactly he said right there. He said something along the lines of, a Christian should care about whether or not I'm a Christian, because if they don't, then they don't care that I die to hell, and so therefore they hate me. And it's just, I go thinking of that bit of philosophy or talking point put forth by Penn Jillette, and just apply it to one of the writers here, and just go wondering to myself, dude, that was a misstep by what Penn Jillette said. But yeah, we'll get more into what all I disagree with the book on. And the book wasn't like, the particular writer was not criticizing their own past action right there as a misstep. It was like they were encouraging that sort of thing. They were propping it up as a good thing that they did, that they just cut that atheist ex-girlfriend out of their life completely, and not just continue relating to them to maybe witness to them, a Christian to an atheist, and so forth. But yeah, again, that's one thing that I disagree with. But again, if there was an excerpt, anyway, I'd be repeating myself. But yeah, if there was an excerpt of where that the people are explicitly saying, yeah, we're talking to 12-year-olds right now, we're meaning this book to be issued out for 12-year-olds, then yeah, that's wrong. But why didn't she read it if that excerpt exists?
Corny descriptions of things that, like, hey man, if something got stuck in your head, I don't know, like, we've talk to your therapist about it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we are broadcast. Yeah, and I just fully agree that was, just hearing that was disturbing to hear that described to the audience.
Yeah, so he describes porn, and then he says at the
how, oh god, excuse me. I mean, do you get disgusted at the description of the one Genesis story of the man pulling out early and spilling it on the floor? I mean, how big a, honestly, okay, I am not encouraging lust or masturbation or anything like that when I say this, but I just go thinking, what a bunch of prudes. Go like saying it, oh, it's just wrong that they put this description in at all. I was absolutely disgusted, or yada yada.
And too often I would push a girl's boundaries while I tried to get a hand on
Yes.
her bra. Do you know, pushing a girl's boundaries, when she has said no, there's a word for that.
Sexual assault.
Yeah, exactly.
No shit, Sherlock. And the guy was not encouraging that. Okay, now get off of it.
And
So again, so much of this, and this is probably going to be a theme for the conversation, is again framed.
Again, this is one of the things that I go pointing out as uncharitability. It's like these people are saying, because you wrote this one past sinful story in your book at all, therefore that must mean that you are encouraging it, or at least that's the implication with the way that they are responding to it. It's like, no, bullshit, they are encouraging it. With that particular story right there, Fred Stoeker, I believe they allege, yeah, obviously he's saying, or at least implying, that it was wrong that he was addicted to pornography and that he tried to commit sexual assault on a girl. No shit.
Framed in.
Why are we even assuming that he was encouraging it? Like, what excerpt do you have from the book that implies that?
Terms of men's sexual assault.
yeah, exactly. And
So again, so much of this, and this is probably going to be a theme for the conversation, is again framed in terms of men's kind of out of control sexual urges. Even the previous quote, like, hey, there was something that I realized I couldn't control. And there's conversations to be had with young men and young people in general about urges and impulses that they feel have a disproportionate power over them, and sometimes they feel like they can't do otherwise. But there are counter messages that we can give to young people about those. But it's not even the place to start. Like, just start with
what? Okay, I might have to rewind, but I'm gonna read the chat here a little bit. Someone 1000 said, at the time of Paul, the preachers traveled from town to town to teach the word of God. Okay. Oh, night shift to 10,000. Don't you mean right? Meow. Just kidding. Okay. That was a Super Troopers reference right there, by the way, folks. Only 3 viewers right now. I guess I should not be too surprised that this video is not very magnetic as far as the algorithm and viewers go. But like I said, I just had to like get this response live stream out there because it's been a pressing subject for me on a kind of a almost personal level, and so yeah.
You need to respect other people, and you need a disproportionate power over them, and sometimes they
rewound it, by the way.
There's conversations to be had with young men and young people in general about urges and impulses that they feel have a disproportionate power over them, and sometimes they feel like they can't do otherwise. But there are counter messages that we can give to young people about those. But it's not.
Give them what? The guy did not finish his own sentence. He interrupted himself to go on to some different random point. It's that was a weird statement right there. I mean, yeah, yes, the book goes about saying that young men feel like they have uncontrollable urges, but at the end of the book, or at least in the latter half of the book, they go emphasizing that you can get it under control, and they go giving forth their advised practices that they advise young men to do so as to extinguish their own, or at least water down their sexual urges.
Not even the place to start. Like, just start with, you need to respect other people, and you need to treat them like human beings, and they're not objects for you to indulge.
Did they really explicitly have to say, no, don't sexually assault women. No, don't rape women. I mean, it should be, I guess they were working under the assumption that it's a default that, yeah, no, you should not sexually assault or rape women. I mean, does every single anti-porn writer have to go on that, quite frankly, virtue signal? Should it not be like an already like realized thing that is wrong? I mean, it's not even like that they are like getting into some dicey territory of where they were all like getting into a subject that is very hot and spicy, saying something along the lines of rape is bad, but, or sexual assault is bad, but, or something else like that. It's not they were all like, but what was the woman wearing? Or something like that. Obviously not. I mean, I do not know what I was going on about. It's like frustrating right here. They shouldn't have to. It should be a default assumption that, yeah, sexual assault and rape is bad. They don't have to inherently always go on that statement of, yeah, sexual assault is bad. Okay.
In some sort of aggressive conquest or fantasy about. I just it's really yeah, and the way these narratives are gendered in the way that, like, to be,
well, it's a book that is specifically for men, just like Sheila Wray Gregoire wrote some books specifically for women. Now, obviously, I have never read any of the woman's books, but I'm not going to just assume that everything that she says is wrong just because the book was specifically for women or whatever. I mean, by this logic, should we say that it is wrong that Black Lives Matter calls themselves Black Lives Matter, that they are a specifically like black rights activist group? I mean, just because that they their main goal is for rights of black people does not mean that it's exclusively for the rights of black people, and or saying let's give black people their rights at the expense of other people. Now, a lot of people might say in response to that, a lot of my audience might say in response to that, the underlying intent of Black Lives Matter is in fact that intent, but just the statement alone of Black Lives Matter, and particularly the grassroots activists just who go sympathizing with the normie narrative of Black Lives Matter does not necessarily mean that they all are like for Black people's rights at the expense of other people's rights. Just like that, Stephen Arturburn and Fred Stoeker were not writing this book for men at the expense of women, nor am I going to automatically assume that Sheila Wray Gregoire was writing, her books that is specifically targeted for women at the expense of men. Like, I don't know what you're getting at. Like, quote the excerpt of where that you get that implication, or else go home. That's what I have to say.
Conquered is to be female and to be overly aggressive to the point of this kind of animalistic, uncontrollable, instinctual urge is to be male. Like we just associate that with masculinity so often. And then dangerously, we set young men up to expect that of themselves at the earliest age. You know, when you're within months perhaps of your awareness of these feelings and still trying to understand the world, and you're given these scripts, not only from Hollywood, not only from the culture around you, but also in the church. You're giving these scripts of masculinity that are not self-controlled, that are aggressive, that are violent, that are dehumanizing to not only yourself, but also obviously the women around you. That's and girls around you.
What are you trying to imply there? That people are just encouraging rape and sexual assault left, right, and center? Where is that happening?
Goodness.
It reminds me of some of the more recent research of saying the most popular porn videos that are downloaded, about 90% show violence against women.
Mm-hmm.
And of those 90%, 90% of those show that the women are experiencing pleasure in their violence. So what are we teaching what is porn teaching these boys? Well, it is teaching lack of consent. It is teaching that they're going to enjoy it if I push their boundaries, that no doesn't matter, right?
You're going off. You're going off on a non sequitur, dude, Andy. You're going off on a non sequitur right now. The book is not trying to encourage those kinds of things that, oh yeah, they're all well, fine and dandy or whatever. Why are you guys talking under the assumption as if Stoeker and Arturburn are okay with that? Why?
So that's what, in a sense, and then what I hear these quotes is really just an extension of that same message.
Yeah, because nowhere do they ever
What is it? Okay, I need to rewind that.
Say the pushing someone
that they're going to
and girls around you. Oh my goodness.
It reminds me of some of the more recent research of saying the most popular porn videos that are downloaded, about 90% show violence against women.
Mm-hmm.
And of those 90%, 90% of those show that the women are experiencing pleasure in their violence. So what are we teaching? What is porn teaching these boys? Well, it is teaching lack of consent. It is teaching that they're going to enjoy it if I push their boundaries, that no doesn't matter, right? So that's what, in a sense, and then what I hear these quotes is really just an extension of that same message.
Yep.
Yeah, and when they were like bringing forth their own personal testimony, they were not condoning their past attitude, dude. Stop being so freaking uncharitable. This is why that I frankly don't like this podcast. I do not care who in my personal life shared this to me or likes the podcast. It's enraging.
Because nowhere do they ever say that pushing someone's boundaries means that it's assault. And we're going to get to that in a minute. I just want to.
Well, thank you, Sheila, for some freaking honesty. Was that supposed to be in response to Andy? I'm just wondering. Was she thinking, Andy, I think you're going about this kind of wrong, but she's not actually explicitly saying that. She just says as a bit of an affirmation to try and help back up her co-host, her guest right here, trying to save her own guest's butt.
I just want to set the stage for how this book sounds. So here's one more quote from the first 10 pages. So this is still at the very, very beginning of the book. Okay. This is a description of the porn that Fred Stoeker uses. And he says this: I actually memorized the date when my favorite softcore magazine, Gallery.
Wait, uses or used? Key word there. When you say uses, you're acting like as if the guy is still using porn as he is writing this book. Where's the implication of that at all? The implication is supposed to be that he used past tense in the past, and he does not encourage that. Like, I don't know. Maybe it was a bit of a grammatical slip on her part, and she wasn't intentionally trying to say anything.
Arrived at the local drugstore. I'd be standing at the front door at opening time, even if I had to skip class to do it. I loved the Girls Next Door section in gallery, which featured pictures of nude girls taken by their boyfriends and submitted to the magazine for publication.
Ugh.
That's
disgusting, dude. He's not encouraging that.
non-consensual. Like, he's describing non-consensual pornography because those pictures were submitted by the men, not by the girls.
You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to respond to that. We're already too long.
And nowhere does this book mention that this was non-consensual.
I think the implication was supposed to be pretty clear, woman. It was non-consensual, and that's a no-no. Oh God. These people have a problem that because it doesn't explicitly say XYZ, that therefore it must be trying to encourage XYZ. No. Or is, I don't know, be it inadvertently or intentionally encouraging XYZ. Well, maybe not intentionally. Sheila is not trying to say that they're intentionally encouraging XYZ, the type of porn that they be watching right here. But she says that because Stoeker and Arturburn are not making explicit statements in the way that Sheila wants them to go about this, that therefore it's wrong. That what they're saying is wrong. God.
Right.
So that sets the stage. Those are the first pages. So you can imagine how a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 12-year-old, whatever boy is feeling as reading this. Okay, so this is setting the stage. This is before we even get going. The other big picture question that I got to before I want to get to the individual issues is this book even written for boys? Like, is it even written for teen boys? Because as I read...
Okay. Like I said, I listened to like the first 25-ish minutes of it, but I did not remember every single little statement of this. I remember the "it's pagan" line from at least one of the dudes anyways. I thought it might have been Andy, but apparently it was actually Zachary Wagner. But she might be getting to reading an excerpt of where that they say, oh yeah, we're trying to direct this book towards 12-year-olds. But who knows? Let's get into it.
It over and over again. I'm reading the same paragraphs that are in Every Man's Battle, but they just change words to make it sound like they're talking about teenagers. So let me give you an example. He says, we can't expect to practice with the youth band by day and then slide nude under the sheets with a cute keyboardist at night. Now, teenagers don't slide nude under the sheets at night because they live at their parents' houses.
What? This might be, I don't know if it's necessary for me to like search up the specific stories, but how sheltered is Sheila Wray Gregoire here? Is she trying to act like that it doesn't happen at all? That there aren't Christians out there who are trying to practice the most upstanding Christian lifestyle in the streets, but behind closed doors, he's actually a sexual pervert? Is she trying to say that that's not happening at all? It's just, if that's supposed to be the implication right here, it's just ridiculous.
So, I can understand like making out in a basement on the couch or like in a car, but you have to wonder, is this even...
You're getting too pedantic and too much into the particulars. It doesn't matter whether it's literally in their own bed at their mom's house or in a car or in the basement on the couch in the basement lounge area. It doesn't matter. The point still stands of what they were trying to say there.
Written, like, did they even think about teen boys as they were writing this?
Yeah.
So now we have 9 viewers right now. Welcome everybody for watching Strike Force episode 235.
Most likely not.
Yeah.
We saw a need, right? I mean, that's literally the question I get asked most. Is there anything for teen boys? I'm a mom. I'm scared for my kid. I'm scared for my,
Okay, I missed the main points that as to why that she was like going on about this. So at the very beginning of this minute right here, a few seconds ago, she was trying to go on about the question of, is this book intended for teenagers? Like, and the bigger problem is whether or not that the book is intended for 12s or 12-year-olds or anyone that is well before 16-year-olds. At least in my personal opinion, is the big concern. I mean, maybe Sheila Wray Gregoire has a little bit of a different perspective on this and actually thinks that should not be teaching any sex at all until like 18 years old. That's fine. We can kind of have a discussion on when exactly is the line. And I am not like hard dead set on 16 is the age of when that you ought to start, like, I don't know, giving sex ed to your own kid or whatever, maybe 17, 18, who knows? Who knows? That question is kind of up in the air. But she goes mentioning, is the book intended for teenagers? And the idea of like a person like being in the Christian band, but then sneaking nudes with a girl under the sheets, that could be applicable to somebody who's like 16, 17, and 18 years old. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she is trying to imply that she has a problem with any kind of, at all, sex ed to even late teens. I mean, again, we can agree that early teens and preteens should not be taught. Yeah. But late teens too? I don't know.
My ex-husband's a porn addict, and he's literally grooming my child. Is there any resources? And I'm constantly, like, okay, I'm trying to write
I'm gonna rewind this 1 second.
one, like, is there anything
Or like in a car? But you have to wonder, is this even written? Like, did they even think about teen boys as they were writing this?
Yeah, most likely not.
Yeah.
We saw a need, right? I mean, that's literally the question I get asked most. Is there anything for teen boys? I'm a mom. I'm scared for my kid. I'm scared for my ex-husband's a porn addict, and he's literally grooming my child. Is there any resources? And I'm constantly, like, okay, I'm trying to write one. Like, it's like there's just not much out there. There's just not much, especially for teen boys and mothers who are terrified of the developing boys, right? And so I imagine this maybe just came out of a quick need, and literally just kind of threw it together because it's disgusting.
The scene about
Boys and mothers and porn addict.
Oh, damn it. I was pressing space bar, and apparently it was set for the rewind button as opposed to the pause play button. What? Let's let it play out a little bit.
And he's literally grooming my child. Is there any resources?
Where I really wanted to pause it.
Constantly, like, okay, I'm trying to write one. Like, it's like there's just not much out there. There's just not much, especially for teen boys and mothers who are terrified of the developing boys, right? And so I imagine this maybe just came out of a quick need, and literally just kind of threw it together because it's disgusting.
What's disgusting? These are people who are like, what do I expect? These people are uncharitable. They're going to be working with the very loose definitions of the words that they use, as far as the word disgusting or whatever else have you. Pagan. It's pagan, as we tackled a lot earlier. But there's some overlap. I do not get what this guy's criticism is supposed to be. Okay. Maybe I'll agree that there isn't enough brought up as far as the teen subject goes. If this book really was intended for like late teens or any teenagers, that there isn't enough specifically teenager-related stories brought up so as to back up their case as to how they're trying to encourage teenage boys away from porn addictions and so forth. But at the same time, there's still like some overlap, isn't there, between the addictions that teen boys might have versus what adult men might have?
Scene about masturbating in the parking lot, in the gym parking lot, in the rental car, that's in Every Man's Battle that I talk about a ton. That's in here too. They just simply talk about masturbating outside the school gym, in a car, like all this.
I mean, it's an anti-pornography book, an anti-sexual immorality book. What do you expect them to bring up?
Same things are in this book that are in Every Man's Battle. They just change certain words so that it works for high schools.
What do you want? You want them to come up with like completely new anecdotes, not reuse any anecdotes at all? And as far as the parking lot goes, I don't know if you know this, Sheila, but there are some 16 and 17-year-olds who go driving and can be in a church parking lot and be looking at a nude magazine. It is possible. So again, there's the overlap right there.
Yeah, and I was just gonna add, there is, I think, a massive felt need for a resource like this that is helpful and healthy and humanizing and biblical and all of that. A cynical read is, and it seems evidenced by what you're pointing out, about the kind of
shit. We're an hour and a half in on this live stream and only about 18 minutes on as far as what I've listened to or what we're listening to so far of the podcast. It's going to be a late night tonight.
Of paragraphs very lightly translated into a teen mode is that the cynical read is that's, I mean, if the market's there, this is how publishing works. It's a cash grab. And I mean, it's the fact that the book exists and it's selling well doesn't mean it's helpful.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the especially because of the pressures associated with Christian publishing and the way this stuff works.
Yeah. I'm parachuting into this podcast right now just to give a special shout out to some of my favorite people.
Ad time, fair use.
Our patrons. Just this week, I heard about a woman who was given a Patreon subscription by her husband.
I wonder if I fast forward by 30 seconds, would it get us past it?
For Mother's Day, and is in the podcast notes. Okay, so let's get into my actual later. When you bring this one first at you, because I know they talk about how it sets up even more coming up. We are so.
Dang it. Sorry. I had it and then I ended up losing it as far as the very bare end of that ad reading.
Grateful to be part of this amazing group, and we encourage you to join us at patreon.com/baremarriage. The link is in the podcast notes. Okay, so
maybe I should stop using the space bar and just use my mouse entirely.
Let's get into my actual issues with the book. So we talk about how it's.
You weren't telling your issues already? It seemed like it to me. You were telling your issues already, and your co-host or your guests too.
It sets up boys to be shocked at the very beginning, which is creepy, and then it's not even aimed at.
What do you mean creepy? I mean, make them shocked. Yeah, make them shocked so that maybe they want to abstain a bit. Creepy. I don't know. Maybe difference of opinion as far as how creepy the book supposedly went.
Boys, but now let's get the big picture things. Do they even understand intimacy? So I'm going to read you 2 quotes. And Andrew, I'll throw this one first at you because I know this is your.
I'm not going to say yay or nay of whether that Stoeker and Arturburn truly understand intimacy. But as we already mentioned with them reading the excerpt to saying men deserve a healthy sexual relationship with their wife or whatever, I don't think that the book is trying to say that women don't deserve a shared intimacy or healthy sexual relationship. But maybe she'll read something that surprises me, to remind me of something that surprises me.
Big thing, which I appreciate. Men primarily receive intimacy just before and during intercourse. Women gain intimacy through touching, sharing, hugging, and communicating deeply. And then they say later, when you bring yourself to orgasm while fantasizing or viewing women on a glossy magazine page, you have a feeling of intimacy.
That's actually the complete opposite definition of intimacy.
I think I'm vaguely remembering this. Actually, maybe it's not that explicit, specific excerpt, but there are multiple excerpts in here of where that's both the writers are saying that it's a false intimacy. It's a simulated intimacy. They weren't trying to say that, oh yeah, the men get an intimacy out of just masturbating to a picture of a woman, and that is right. That's actual intimacy. No, it just no. I don't know. I'm not gonna be as abrasive about it, but just not by my recollection. They aren't trying to say that that's an actual intimacy. They're trying to say, as you guys are overly uncharitably and overly combatively trying to say, that it is a false intimacy. You both parties are in agreement with this. Just one person is assuming they are in disagreement, or that they're not in agreement. Whatever.
Right? You're actually creating a disconnect between sex and soul.
Mhm.
You're literally splitting, which is what trauma does. And porn is another form of trauma, right? So you're literally endorsing a psychological split that says, I'm going to connect with you physically, but without any type of emotional connection.
I'm just raising my eyebrow because I do not know if I wholly agree with the word trauma, applying it to as far as watching porn goes. I mean, not to say that watching porn is right. Do not take me out of context. I'm not saying that. I just don't know if I agree with that wording. But anyway,
right? Like that's intimacy is actually the holistic, I'm connecting with you intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, physically, right? Like that's the beauty of intimacy. And we actually, and the good sex that we all long for is that holistic approach to connection.
yeah, Arturburn and Stoeker weren't saying otherwise. In fact, they were more or less saying the same thing as you.
Rather than bifurcated, just like you are a piece of meat that I will consume.
Yeah, and I think
Shut up. Arturburn and Stoeker were not trying to say that women are just pieces of meat. You can shove it, dude. I do not. Okay, there was not any excerpt when I read this that goes saying that they go literally encouraging the idea that women are just property. If there was some implication that you got, nothing that explicitly says that out of my reading of this. But if there's some implication that you got out of something out of it, then I encourage you to read me it.
I think what they're talking about is the oxytocin release, but oxytocin is not a substitute for intimacy.
Yeah.
Were they saying otherwise? I would assert not.
That's just, and here he gets even more explicit about this later. He says, but don't get the idea that young women think like you do about sex. They don't. They aren't visually oriented like you. Guys give emotions so they can get sex. Girls give sex so they can get the emotions.
That's so wrong.
You don't think that there was some kind of innate almost animalistic biological difference as far as how women and men reacted to sex? I mean, I don't know. I haven't delved too deep into the subject, but I'm just so far not hearing the actual substantive argument to try and debunk the claim that women and men are different as far as how they react or take in sexual imagery or just sex in general. So wrong. How is it so wrong? Tell me.
What is that saying about boys and intimacy and feelings?
Well, again, I think it sets up a script for young men to follow where they're just these kind of meathead objectifiers of bodies and I don't know a penis with a brain attached. That's.
Are they trying to encourage that? Again, no, they're not trying to encourage that practice. The only thing that I could get out of that is that maybe there is some, again, innate, almost animalistic urge, primal urge on that level. But it's not like that they're saying that that is how men should be.
It's reducing maleness to this not even to like a robust definition of sexual beings, just like just like a fixation on orgasm and the chemical releases associated with orgasm.
Yeah.
And even if we may see patterns in society or in our communities where men tend to act out in unhealthy ways associated with their sexuality, I think the real problem becomes when we like take the worst urges that we've ever associated with some men that we've known anecdotally and make that this is what men are like, and then the exact opposite of that is like this is what women are like, and it works in this really nice kind of like men are from Mars, women are from Venus, just kind of flattening out of the world.
I mean, what if people do have witnessed that in their lifetimes as far as that goes? I mean, are you trying to like really dismiss other people's witnessing or excuse me, testimony of what they've witnessed as far as the interaction of the sexes goes? It's a little bit of a dick move, if you ask me.
That's the way you need to think about human sexuality, where it's just like putting people in two opposite buckets. But it's, oh man, it's go ahead, Andrew.
Andrew, I know that a lot of your counseling is actually focused on helping men understand what real intimacy is, because they think sex is intimacy. And what is that process like for guys?
So what we practice.
Okay. I don't know. I thought she might have been referring to all the patients that Andy gets, not referring to Stoeker and Arturburn. For some split second, my brain was about to go that she was trying to put that on Stoeker and Arturburn. Never mind.
Is, in our men's groups and our marriage intensives, is we do a lot of eye contact. So we about 12 inches apart, and they're staring in each other's eyes, right? The first day we do this exercise, it's awkward. And then we do what's called sentence stems. And so we, it's kind of a fairly quick psychological approach to say what I feel in my body is, and then they say it. And so as they're some of the deepest shame I feel is, and they're just completing those sentences kind of like a metronome, but they're doing it eye to eye, and they're realizing that I am terrified of being seen. I am terrified of being exposed, of actually knowing my true self. And when I can't actually think about it very much because the sentences are quick, right? It in a sense, it breaks down all of our normal masks that we hold, and we begin to get more comfortable with actually seeing each other and actually being known, because that's the work of breaking down what we have sexualized and eroticized to make it all about, in a sense, sex, rather than actually what we most crave, which is genuine connection.
Okay, and maybe you should work together with Fred Stoeker and Stephen Arturburn. They would probably agree with you on that. Like, instead of trying to take this overly combative assumption that, no, they obviously disagree with me and everything that I'm going to, and absolutely everything that I'm going to say here, as far as how I think is a good way to try and ingrain into young men good, healthy relationships.
And I find this amazing that this entire book never talks about that. It doesn't talk about how men actually need connection. It just talks about how you are so drawn to sex and you need to control it so that one day you can have a great marriage with your wife.
Doubtful on that. I think I do remember there being some part in the book of where that they say that men do need a community, need to go out there. I mean, maybe there wasn't enough emphasis on that. I will at least agree as far as that goes. But just saying that there was absolutely nothing said about men needing community, just no. I'm kind of skeptical, but I don't have the time in my life to go through a dozen rereads of this book until I have everything memorized about it.
It's a very young adolescent. It's like a 12-year-old wrote the book, right? It's like a very young, but it's saying this is what healthy sex is, rather than, no, that is a very young adolescent view of sex. Yes. What is actually a mature, healthy view of sex is when you outgrow pornography, when you outgrow the pornographic mindset.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's what they were trying to say. Outgrow the pornography. Get control of your sexual urges so that you don't resort to it at all. Yeah.
Yes.
When you actually honor the other rather than devour or try to conquer.
Which is to say, it's boyish.
Devour or conquer. Like, I don't know what exact context that they're trying to, that he's trying to say that statement of. Like, it's almost like he's trying to imply again that, oh, Stoeker and Arturburn, they think that women are just a property that men need to conquer. I mean, there is a little bit of a euphemism about men playing I don't know, making it out as sort of a game as far as the dating life goes. We can like have a fuller discussion as far as how much of that is bad and how much of it is just an okay humor and jest. But I don't know. Regardless, I doubt the implied narrative that the guy is trying to project onto Stoeker and Arturburn.
So it is not manly, it's boyish in its.
Yeah. And do they disagree? And if so, where are you seeing that they do disagree? Like, I guess Zach actually did go reading the book, but the thing is, if there is like an excerpt that of where that it comes off like Stoeker and Arturburn are putting forth some kind of boyish way of thinking about sex, then they haven't even reached that excerpt yet. They're still like on some other different excerpt. I can't even remember right now what exactly was read a minute ago or two.
Way of expressing sexuality. Yeah, I love what you said there, Andrew, because I think we have taken so often an immature expression of male sexuality and like baptized it and like preserved it and made it the highest thing that men can attain to,
Right.
rather than when a boy or a young man feels or expresses or acts out in some sort of kind of superficial way his sexuality, rather than coming alongside that person and exhorting them to a more mature and manly and fully human expression of sexuality. Because just like a fixation on like orgasm and physical release and all this rhetoric that flies all over the place is shallow and superficial and subhuman and immature.
Subhuman. Okay. Just because they go on about the whole the action of sex and what entails it, that being like orgasm, doesn't mean that they are like exclusively saying that it is just exclusively that a sexual relationship is just exclusively that. I don't know. Maybe they should like be more emphasizing that there wasn't enough emphasis on these concepts instead of the way that Sheila, Andrew, and Zachary are trying to go about implying as if somehow Stoeker and Arturburn are like trying to put forth these ideas that yeah, we disagree with these concepts that they bring up in the podcast. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? I need to take a pee here. I think I'm going to play a video for right now to sort of drain furries. What the fuck? I think I'm going to just play one of my own videos as a bit of a way to keep the feed going so as people aren't completely utterly bored out of their minds right now while I go for a bathroom break. Be right back, folks. All right, sorry about that. And to kind of address somebody who a lot earlier, when I last got knocked on the door, somebody made a comment about, is that Ted Krasinski knocking on DarkCon's door? And no, both times it was my youngest sister. Yeah, I'm roomed with a couple of my siblings, and one of them brought by my youngest sister to visit for a bit. So that's who it was. Yeah. There's like a massive age gap between me and her as well, like by 20 years. So she's still a wee one.
Aw. No, all of my siblings, I mean, my youngest brother and I are a year and 20 days apart. I always look at families like yours where like there's 20-year difference between siblings and go, this got to be so weird.
It is a little. I mean, I think that in the earliest years of my littlest sister, she probably mistaken me for like a close friend of the family or an uncle or something.
Sure, yeah.
Only for it to be like later clarified that no, this is your oldest brother. And you want to hear like hear of one of the most wholesome things that happened recent years. Like about a year ago, my mom like captured a picture of me and her. We were both playing on the Wii, and my mom posted it on Facebook saying the youngest and the oldest of the family playing Wii together.
Aw.
Yeah, it's such a great picture and such a great moment, honestly. But yeah, I love her. I
Yeah,
also have like a couple of little nieces too. One of them that is kind of keep to herself, quite honestly. The second one is just so energetic, so lovable, and so personable. It's just I so gush at every time that I visit her, and she just says, "Hi, Zach," and she'll say it like repeated times too. Like so, she'll say it so many times, like if she did not already say it once when I first come into the door. It's like that's her favorite thing to say to me is "Hi, Zach," and it's just so cute.
we had the middle
That was
little over
cute.
today. Lady Monkey and their family. I stayed home because I'm still recovering from my trip the other day. But they went to a pumpkin patch, got pumpkins, got to go through a corn maze and everything. She had just a great day today.
That's so great. Yeah, I decided to indulge on this conversation because I know how much that you just love to talk about family.
I really do, and I don't know when that happened to me. At some point, I just became that guy,
I mean,
and I'm okay with it.
massive respect to that. I mean, you have some of the men in our era who are the "oh, I fucking hate kids" kind of. All right, I'm back. I'm glad that my bathroom break was at least not too long. Wasn't was at least not longer than 7 minutes. Jay, I do not know why that this particular chat comment did not come up a lot earlier for me as far as the chat comment goes. Did not come up in my little browser of my live stream right here on my phone, but it does come up for me in my StreamYard browser. But J. Will Sirius says the statement Black Lives Matter is just true, while the organization Black Lives Matter is a racist LGBT organization. Yeah, like I said, if we want to go ahead and talk about all the underlying intentions of Black Lives Matter, that it goes beyond the surface level, then yeah, we can go ahead and have that conversation. And I would even agree with some of those things about how Black Lives Matter might the top tiers of the organization is probably racist. They're definitely leftist, more leftist than I want to be allied with them for. Like, for example, pro-gun control, quote unquote common sense gun control, pro single-payer healthcare, and all that other stuff. It isn't just activism for Black people's rights. But anyway, we got a whole lot more podcasts here to go. Let's get into it.
Hey, keep that thought because I'm
Yeah,
going to read you some quotes directly
Yeah,
about that.
please.
Okay, so here is the normalization of lust as part of being male. All right, so
Normal what? Okay, maybe they're all right. Maybe in a way, I don't know. I think that is a total misnomer on Sheila's part. Normalization of lust. Like, sure, I guess you can go off on a limb and say that Arturburn and Stoeker are saying that lust is normal for humans, like unless you are like asexual and have like no sexual preferences or urges at all, therefore lust is just going to be an ingrained part of you ever since that you hit puberty. But It's not like they're trying to normalize it as an okay, non-sinful thing. I mean, yeah, if you're of a non-Christian perspective, you're going to say that lust is, you're going to try and normalize lust and say that it's okay. I mean, obviously, it kind of comes with the property. If you're an atheist, you believe in no God, therefore no sins that is espoused by any supernatural or anything, and that would include lust. But as a Christian, because we are talking about Christian feminists like Sheila, Andrew, and Zachary versus Stephen and Fred, it's not like they're trying to say that it's an okay thing. So I just disagree with the misnomer of normalization of lust.
Here's what they say. Referring to guys who lust, they say, now these guys are perverts and weirdos, but these men are not weirdos. They're your next door neighbors, your friend's father,
Okay.
maybe even your father. They're Sunday school teachers, ushers, and deacons, even pastors. And so they're,
yeah, everybody has struggled with the lust, or even have like a, whether or not they manage to like get complete control of their lust and not act on it. Regardless, everybody ends up having some sort of lust every now and again within their average day-to-day life. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. What's the thing wrong with that statement?
they're normalizing here that every guy sees women as objects. That is the norm.
No, 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 no. Do you hear what she just put forth there? She just put forth there literally that if you have any lust at all, therefore you're looking at that person as you that you lust for as an object. Let's listen to it again. I think she just said object, but I just want to listen to it for my own sake.
They're your next door neighbors, your friend's father,
Okay.
maybe even your father. They're Sunday school teachers, ushers, and deacons, even pastors. And so they're normalizing here that every guy sees women as objects.
Not at all. Not at all. Just because you lust for a person sexually does not mean that you look at them as an object. This, God. Is it because of feminism, or is it because of some super prudish version of Christianity or whatever? I mean, what ideology does this belief stem from? I don't care what ideology this belief stem from, but the belief that if you lust at all, therefore, if you lust for a person, therefore you're just looking at them as an object, I have disagreed with all my life. And it kind of brings me back to the example that I brought forth earlier, that if you are a lesbian lusting after other women, or if you're a gay guy lusting after other dudes, therefore you're looking at your own sex as objects, or even that person as object. I mean, the very moment that you start lusting for a person does not mean that you go throwing out the window every single conception of them being an actual person that you could like get to know, like ask what favorite music that is their favorite music. Ask if they're a Christian, what is their theology, what is their political beliefs, all that other kind of stuff. And more specifically for me, just because that I go lusting after women does not mean that I go viewing that particular woman that I am like lusting after as an object. I mean, before I go pursuing them sexually, outside of my eyes, I guess if somebody wants to get pedantic and pull up that talking point. Aside from that, just because I go lusting after a woman does not mean that I am viewing that particular woman as just a piece of meat, as an object, as a piece of property or whatever. I'm going to want to get to know that woman before I pursue a relationship, like a full-on boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, much less marry or have sex with them. Heck no. A woman could be the hottest woman on earth. But if it turns out that they are some white guilting, pro-abortion atheist, that is the moment that I see them as, I don't know, see them as not even a candidate for anything I want to do with them as far as sexual relationships go.
That is the normal part of being male. And then they say this. And being a boy means having certain qualities that come hardwired with the package. Why the prevalence of sexual sin among men? We got there naturally, simply by being male.
Ugh, gross.
Well, okay. Just Andy's reactions right here. They're just rather unnecessary. It just the way that he reacts to some of this stuff. It's like what's being read is not that controversial of stuff, in my opinion. And the fact that he gives this overly combative kind of reaction to it, it's just ridiculous. It just makes me want to laugh sometimes. And that was when I first listened to that. It made me want to giggle even more when I first listened to that. And I guess I did listen to more than just 25 minutes of the podcast when I first listened to this. But regardless, dang it. I mean, we can kind of nitpick Stoeker and Arturburn for the fact that they did not say that women even come hardwired with the urge and lust for sex. So for people for the sake of sex. I mean, like I kind of said earlier, the very moment that you hit puberty, that is when that you really have a lust for other people. And again, unless you're asexual, it's not gonna automatically go away. You can get it under control to where that maybe you don't feel it as much, if at all, but it's always going to be there to some extent or another. Again, unless you're asexual. And the fact that he disagrees with it, it's just alien to me. Zio Golden Live Chat says, do these people think that sexual attraction makes men into incels? It did not bring up that bit of rhetoric as far as incels go. So, you know what? I'm just going to say, in all charitability, despite the fact that Sheila, Andrew, and Zachary don't want to be charitable to Stoeker and Arturburn, in all charitability to these uncharitable hacks, no, they did not go bringing up any incel talking points. At least yet, anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the kind of, it's very similar to what's said in Every Man's Battle.
Yeah, it's actually almost word for word. That part,
very,
yeah.
And what's the issue?
From what I can tell. And that is, if I were to boil it down, that is...
I mean, I got just one question. You know what? The Light and the Glory. Have any of y'all heard of the one book called The Light and the Glory? Oh, dang, it has been a long time since I have read that book. And, I never even finished that book. I should probably see if I can borrow it from my mom and give it a fuller read. But regardless, they have Light and the Glory and Light and the Glory for kids. I mean, obviously, there is going to be a lot of overlap as far as what is said between the kid version and the adult version of a book. So by extension, them having a problem with the fact that they take excerpts from the adult version and put it in the kid version as well. Do they have a problem with that with Light and the Glory as well? Just, this is ridiculous.
Almost the thesis of the book.
Mm-hmm.
And what I find kind of at core most objectionable about this book series and its vision of masculinity as inevitably hypersexual, hypererotic, lacking self-control.
They are, okay, he said lacking self-control, but to everything else that he said right before that, they're trying to say that that is part of men's primal urges. Not saying that men should actually go out and do that, and lack of self-control. No. Stoeker and Arturburn might be saying in this book that it's hard to get self-control. Everyone can say it's hard to get self-control. But they aren't trying to encourage the idea that, oh, men just lack self-control, so let's just give up on ever them having self-control or anything like that. I think this is the part of when that the podcast really got ridiculous for me and when that I had to stop listening.
That's just kind of part of the deal by default.
Yeah. And in that, it literally gives men such a pass.
Yeah.
No, you asshole. Arturburn and Stoeker were never given a pass to the idea that men to just go ahead and watch whatever porn that they want, do whatever promiscuous sex that they want outside of marriage or adulterous affairs or otherwise. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. You lying hack. And you know, there's like another bit of a lie that Andy says in this podcast before I went about and stopped listening to it. But we all heard Andy earlier try to explain his own way of going about things, his own teaching seminar on how that men can get control of their sexual urges and just not give into sex and lust and all that other stuff. It's almost like that these people are just trying to, I don't know, rag on Stoeker and Arturburn so as to get rid of the competition entirely, so as to open up the market for Andy Bauman and people that are of his exact mindset, the monopoly as far as anti-pornography and anti-sexual lust seminars and otherwise goes. Like, this is just ridiculous. This is dishonest. That no, Stoeker and Arturburn objectively are not giving a free pass for men to just go ahead and have whatever fucking sex that they want.
You're just, these helpless baby cavemen who literally have no choice but to.
Okay, so it wasn't a different lie, but it's tied in with his lie. The idea of, oh, you men are just these helpless baby cavemen. No, there was no point in this book of where that they said anything like that. He said that, yeah, got those primal urges, but you're not a baby caveman. You're in fact a grown man who is able to get control of himself, therefore not making you a baby caveman. You know what a baby caveman is? It's somebody who would inevitably lack all sense of self-control and just practically deserves to be locked up in a mental hospital because they're just raping whatever and sexually assaulting whatever woman that they can without any shame or ability to stop them minus physical force. That would be a baby caveman right there. But that's not what that Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to preach right here. Andy, you freaking hack.
Act out sexually and consume whoever it is. And it's just like,
yes,
that is wrong. Whatever criticisms that these people might have about every young man's battle that might have some sense of water to it, this does not have any validity to it in the least bit, and it's just a flat out lie on Andrew Bauman's part. Stoeker and Arturburn are not saying they're these baby cavemen who just lack all sense of self-control and can just act out and consume everyone that they want to. No.
In it. I get in trouble and sometimes being like, oh, you're anti-man. It's like, oh, it's the complete opposite. I'm so for men that I actually believe that they're more capable than just being baby cavemen, but that they can actually.
So are Stoeker and Arturburn trying to say the same thing. That we men are not just baby cavemen.
Grow into healthy, emotionally mature men. I believe in men so deeply. We're way more capable than what.
Then why would you try and drag through the mud to man's men like Stoeker and Arturburn in this completely dishonest way?
The normal message is to us.
Amen. Okay, well, let's talk about baby cavemen because we can turn there next. All right, so now we have the way that they salaciously share titillating and erotic.
Okay, I think this is the part of where that I stopped. And so now we're getting totally into new territory for me. Zio Gold says, baby caveman equals male feminist. Change my mind. I'm not gonna try that. I mean, yeah, Steve Shives might just be that.
Descriptions of women, sex, and pornography throughout the book. So I'm going to read you some of those titillating and erotic descriptions. So talking about just lust, they say this: when some hot-looking babe in a French bikini walks by your beach towel, your eyes have the habit of locking on her, sliding up and down.
Facts. But you should not do that, as they are trying to say.
When the cheerleader with the biggest breasts walks past you in the hall, your eyes run away with her. When the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue arrives in your mailbox every Friday, you fantasize over the curves and crevices.
There's another disgust reaction on Andy Bauman's part. What was? That's the worst that you got? That was pretty mild by comparison to what R-rated or even PG-13 bordering on R-rated sex scenes might try and provide in movies or whatever. Oh yeah, this woman is curvy. This woman is in a French bikini. This woman has big old breasts. That's the worst of it? That's like nothing worse than a PG-rated cartoon.
So that's like just a normal passage. And it's interesting how when they do talk about porn, they give such a list of all the ways you can see porn without seeking porn out. So they say, when I wanted to stop porn, I still would go to the lingerie ads, and I would they give this huge list of all the other places that you can find pictures of naked women without looking at porn.
But they're not dealing with the actual core issues.
Okay, so does she have a problem with them bringing forth the trying to warn men of the avenues that this happens at all? Dang it. I feel like that there is some other subject that I could bring up as an example as to how that people would complain about, oh, you go mentioning the avenues at all, therefore you are encouraging them to take up the avenues, as opposed to warning them not to take the avenues. I don't get this. I just cannot think of the example right now, though, for the life of me, unfortunately. Maybe I'll have to go back and make an edited highlights reel of this part of the live stream right now, where I edit in my full-on commentary of said example. But for right now, I cannot really think of it, but damn it.
Wanted to stop porn, I still would go to the lingerie ads, and I would they give this huge list of all the other places that you can find pictures of naked women without looking at porn.
You know what they're trying to do? Honestly, they're trying to give warnings to the young boys to not do them, essentially. I mean, if the young boys decide to go out of the way and do it anyways, that's more or less on them. That's the way that I read it anyways. They're not trying to open up the avenues and encourage the avenues that some pervert might take, just warning them. Zero Gold says, Freedom Tunes and this woman would enjoy each other's company. Wait, what, really? Does Freedom Tunes take this kind of ridiculous, almost prudish and feminist Christian way of going about being against pornography and so forth? So I almost would have assumed that Freedom Tunes would have been more on the side of Stoeker and Arturburn. Or I don't know. Maybe Freedom Tunes thinks that lust is not like a natural hormonal thing.
But they're not dealing with the actual core issues at all. It's just porn with clothes on. You're still objectifying. You're still devouring. What if we change our relationship with beauty?
Is that, doesn't the Bible do the same thing, though? I mean, I'm just being honest. I mean, I know that I might sound like some kind of anti-Christian atheist or something like that when I go bringing up this argument, but I still remember that one specific segment in Genesis of where that there's the one dude who spills it on the floor, air quotes. And I'm sure that there are more that I could pull up as well, as far as stories about sex goes or whatever. I'm sure that some passionate atheist who has a bone to pick with Christianity in the live chat might even be able to pull them up. I mean, are you going to say that it was also wrong for the Bible, for it to be written in the Bible as well, them giving these descriptions at all? I mean, regardless of what age group, what age range a group was intended for the Bible or every young man's battle.
What if we actually change our relationship with beauty rather than trying to consume it and devour it, but learn how to honor beauty?
Wait, what? 1 second.
I still would go to the lingerie ads, and I would they give this huge list of all the other places that you can find pictures of naked women without looking at porn.
Again, intended as a warning, not an encouragement.
but they're not dealing with the actual core issues
Mm-mm.
at all. It's just
No.
porn with clothes on. You're still
Ex-
objectifying.
I got a question. Like, so I was kind of like in conversation with somebody in my personal life, but somebody within that appropriate conversation gone at least implying the idea that the once you talk about like porn, even in an anti-porn perspective, go talking about porn and how you should like stay away from it. If you go talking about porn and sex in absolutely any context, pro or against, do you at that point like suddenly get the urge to want to masturbate? Is that what these people are afraid of? If you mention porn at freaking all, you're just going to instantly that very same day, or maybe like just a few hours later, like the next morning or something, want to like fap it. I mean, I don't think that way, but I don't know.
You're still devouring. What if we change our relationship with beauty? What if we actually change our relationship with beauty rather than trying to consume it and devour it, but learn how to honor beauty? Learn how to honor.
Is not having sex with your beautiful wife in a way a devouring of beauty? Just wondering. I mean, I would think that it is in a way. It's a wholesome and frankly righteous way of consuming beauty, is that you stick it with just your wife as opposed to anything outside of your marriage. But I don't know. I just disagree with the way that the guy is framing it.
The beauty of that God created, and arousal.
I would say that it is both an honoring and a consumption of beauty when you keep that consumption of beauty to be just sex with your wife. Just me personally.
Can be normal, but that's different. Just seeing beauty and being aroused by it. I actually think we're meant for that. We're meant to be aroused by beauty, but that's very different.
Wait, what? What? How the fuck is that any different from what Fred Stoeker and Stephen Arturburn said? They are literally just a few minutes ago, these hacks gone criticizing the idea that Stoeker and Arturburn say that it is pretty much an ingrained thing in men to lust. And now Andy is like saying pretty much the same thing, but with different wording by saying we are meant for that. Here, let's listen to that again.
It, but learn how to honor beauty. Learn how to honor the beauty of that God created, and arousal can be normal, but that's different. Just seeing beauty.
Arousal can be normal. Apparently, I did not react to that part, but again, that's another thing that Stoeker and Arturburn were saying. But just because Stoeker and Arturburn were saying it, therefore it's wrong. But when Andy Ballman says it, therefore it's right. This is starting to remind me of like Trump derangement syndrome or any kind of derangement syndrome. That because your opposition says it, therefore it must be wrong. It's like if these people are having Stoeker and Arturburn derangement syndrome. That because Stoeker and Arturburn say it, it must be wrong. But when I say it, it must be right. Fuck you, dude. No, seriously. Like, sorry that if I'm not being nice, but I'm not going to put up with this underhanded, dishonest smearing that Andy is doing. This is just, you want to talk about disgusting? This kind of attitude right here is the thing that's disgusting, more so than the descriptions of sexual imagery that Stoeker and Arturburn written in their book.
And being aroused by it, I actually think we're meant for that. We're meant to be aroused by beauty, but that's very different than
again. Oh god. The same thing that Stoeker and Arturburn said, but with just slightly different wording.
Consuming, taking, and devouring and objectifying beauty.
Yeah, exactly. So here's a little bit more. They
One
use the word
parody and being aroused by it. I actually think we're meant for that. We're meant to be aroused by beauty, but that's very different than consuming, taking, and devouring and objectifying beauty.
Yeah.
And Stoeker and Arturburn were not encouraging the just promiscuous, or I don't know what wording you would say, the overindulgent consumption and objectification of beauty. They were not encouraging that. What is this guy assuming out of Stoeker and Arturburn? I really do not like this guy. I'm sorry, just quite honestly. Andy Bauman is just really frustrating me. I feel like that there was another thing that I wanted to say. Oh yeah, now I remember what it is. And it's funny that they're saying that, oh, we're not meant to objectify beauty, that particular wording. And to be quite honest, Stoeker and Arturburn are not like that way off as far as Bauman, Gregoire, and Wagner saying in this podcast. There are a couple of points of where that Stoeker and Arturburn go mentioning the idea of objectifying women, that you are objectifying women by just lusting after their looks or whatever. And I disagreed with it when they said right there that it might not have been the exact wording, but regardless, they said rhetoric like that. So Stoeker and Arturburn show in those particular excerpts that I'm remembering vaguely off the top of my head, essentially the same thing that Bauman, Gregoire, and Wagner said. And yet, for some reason, they're just really scraping for that bit of disagreement so as to try and knock Stoeker and Arturburn out as far as any kind of credibility goes.
Exactly. It says, here's a little bit more. They use the word paradise multiple times to.
Okay, so I've been holding off on reading this live chat comment. Sorry, Zio Gold. He says, yes, they are referring to Freedom Tunes and Sheila agreeing on their concepts of lust goes. Well, okay, maybe I'm assuming wrong. I don't know the full beliefs of Freedom Tunes. I'm not that consistent of a listener of his. I don't even like go listen to every single interview of his. The fullest interview that I listened to was the one that he had with Stitch and Adam. And I can't remember what all exactly that I agreed with and disagreed with that he said in there, but I just remember kind of picking and choosing what I did and did not agree with.
Refer to boys receiving oral sex, that it was like paradise. Okay. They say this. There's nothing
I'm going to
in the
rewind.
world like
Taking and devouring and objectifying beauty.
Yeah, exactly. It says, here's a little bit more. They use the word paradise multiple times to refer to boys receiving oral sex, that it was like paradise. Okay.
They're probably trying to describe that it feels like paradise in the moment, that it's kind of a sinful way of experiencing paradise, quote unquote. I mean, let's be honest. Aside from you like maybe later thinking, oh yeah, that one time that I masturbated, yeah, that was sinful, and now I kind of feel guilty. I mean, is it like, I'm going to be quite honest, is it really completely nothing but 110% of bad experiences whenever you masturbate? This is not me trying to say that masturbation is okay and not a sin or anything like that, but seriously, it's not like that there's absolutely no pleasantry behind it. It's just there's a sinful pleasantness behind masturbation.
They say this. There's nothing in the world like an orgasm. No feeling hits you harder or draws you back faster, whether through masturbation or sex with a partner.
Facts. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, people. Not saying that's a good thing, but really, what's wrong with that? There really is no other feeling that quite simulates it. Now, that's not to say that there are like better but different feelings aside from an orgasm, but just still.
When I was 14, my sister's boyfriend, Brock, said to me with a wicked little grin, once you taste the candy, you'll never say no again, so you better not taste it. Brock was right.
Yeah. Don't maybe try to avoid ever masturbating. I mean, is it even possible that a person like can go their entire life never masturbating, never orgasm, not even so much as having a wet dream, that they go their entire life without it? That is their entire non-marital life without it. So therefore, they're not hooked in to want to do it again. Is that possible? I did meet in person one person one time who at least alleges that he never experienced an orgasm before in his life. That's not to say that he was asexual. Like, is it possible for you to be not asexual, but at the same time go your entire non-marital life without an orgasm? I mean, If that's the case, then there might be a slight grain of truth with what was just read right there by Sheila. Do not ever orgasm, and then maybe that'll make it so that you never, in your non-marital life, go back to one to have another orgasm.
How is this not setting boys up to have a problem with porn and masturbation?
Oh, God. It's supposed to be a warning. Are you telling me that you do not ever go into the details? None of you three on the Bear Marriage podcast? I mean, that seems to be kind of, you just stick with the very vague and ambiguous surface level stuff, never, ever, ever diving into the deep meat and potatoes of the issue? Ever? I mean, sometimes when you want to you drive home the point, you cannot hold back. Again, there might have been some things of where that they went a little bit too far, Stoeker and Arturburn, with their descriptions, but I don't think this is one of them in particular. The idea of refrain from masturbation as much as you can, so therefore you are enticed less to want to go back to masturbation, if ever at all.
Well, it almost assumes that they already are.
Yeah.
Again. So it's participating in a pornified lens of viewing the world rather than, again, working against it, having a non-objectifying way of speaking about other human beings and women and girls in particular.
Yeah, I think their whole approach to porn seems to be this. Okay, so first of all, they tell boys they need to resist thinking about sex. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then they put all of these ideas in boys' minds where they explicit. So they say, do not ever think about sex. Like, think about the hot babe in the French bikini, but do not think about sex.
Don't think about her.
So let me explain how hot these girls' breasts are, but don't think about sex. So they tell boys to resist thinking about sex. Then they give major
There might be a little bit of a point right there, but at the same time, if you go describing, again, it's my point still remains that I do not think that it is that freaking graphic. Like, you could say that a woman has the most beautiful face of all time, like those ideal feminine, I don't know, cheekbones and that triangular jawline and a very thin, fine nose, or the most piercing eyes or whatever. I just gave a little bit of description right there of the beauty of a woman, but it's not that graphic. I mean, you can go into description without it getting super duper graphic. I mean, on the one hand, maybe it is slightly self-defeatist for them to be mentioning at all that women with big boobs exist out in the world. But at the same time, is that the most graphic description? And is that really the kick that any boy at all needs to be able to go masturbating a few minutes later or whatever? I don't know. I don't think so, but then again, maybe somebody could make the point that supposedly I'm just numbed as far as I don't know, my sexual urges or whatever. Zio Gold says, holy crap, how bad faith is this woman? Very badly. Not as bad as Andy Bauman, let me say. I mean, Sheila is not near as bad as Andy Bauman, as I pointed out earlier when I was really pissed at him, saying that Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to encourage this idea of men being just a baby cavemen that don't have any self-control, and so therefore, and implying that they're trying to say, so why even try, or anything like that. But still.
Discussions about what these hot girls look like. Then shock value is used to desensitize boys to sexual material. And then the authors themselves in their biographies appear to be bragging about their sexual exploits, which I think is a form of exhibitionism.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Are we getting to the territory of saying that any kind of written out description of any beautiful or hot person at all is exhibitionism? That any kind of written out description of nudity is exhibitionism? You're really devaluing the word at that point. As far as I understand what the word exhibitionism means, it means to be nude out there in the streets. And we're going to start labeling written descriptions of that as exhibitionism? Okay, I guess at that point, exhibitionism doesn't mean anything really, or it means less. Let me say that. There was another point I think I wanted to say, so I'm going to rewind a bit, but I can't remember.
Discussions about what these hot girls look like. Then shock value is used to desensitize boys to sexual material. And then the authors themselves in their biographies appear to be bragging about their sexual exploits, which I think is a form of exhibitionism.
I don't know. Maybe they're okay. That was the other thing that I wanted to say. Maybe there is a slight bit of braggadociousness that Stoeker and Arturburn are. I don't know. I guess they did not make it clear enough that they regret their past. I just worked under the presumption that because this is an anti-porn book, this isn't a pro getting control of your sexual urges book, that therefore they must be putting forth their own stories as a bit of shame, as a way to say, oh yeah, I was wrong at this point, as opposed to being braggadocious about it. I mean, I guess it is possible that you could be kind of braggadocious, but at the same time, ironically, be, but do not do this, do not be this way. I was wrong. I'm bragging, but I was also wrong back then. I guess that is possible, but I don't know.
And the amount of bragging that these guys do about all the sex they had in the past and about all the porn they watched and explicit descriptions of the.
I'm not even like going to agree that every single time that they brought forth that their past, that it was in any kind of braggadocious manner. Maybe there's like one or two that if I was to like reread the book for another time, which I'm not because my time is too valuable for me. I already finished it once at least. But maybe there's like one or two times when they go recollecting on one of their past stories that they're kind of doing it in a braggadocious kind of way. But in no way was it like every time that they talked about their past stuff.
Porn and the sex is just strange. Like, you guys have both written books about your past, and I've read them, and I know absolutely nothing about the kind of porn that you used to watch. And thank you for that, because, I didn't actually want to know about it.
You're welcome. But it is, I'll just say, an important thing to get into. And I do mention in passing in my book, like talk.
Wait, what? Okay, so now this is almost borderline getting into debating territory. Like, it's like Sheila was saying that was at least trying to imply there, anyways, that any descriptions of your past sexual misadventures does not need to be mentioned at all. But it's like Zach Wagner is trying to say that there comes a necessity to it. So I'm going to rewind and then we're going to hear it out.
Kind of porn that you used to watch. And thank you for that, because, I didn't actually want to know about it.
You're welcome. But it is, I'll just say, an important thing to get into. And I do mention in passing in my book, like talk with a therapist about the types of porn, perhaps, that you find appealing. What that is about your story that is surfacing.
Okay, maybe he's going on a bit of a different subject, being a little bit assumptuous. He's not talking about describing it to your flock as far as trying to bring forth your case as to why that people should like abstain from porn or whatever. He's trying to just say that there's a necessity to describe it to your therapist, which I guess there is a slight bit of a difference to it. But then again, on the other hand, wouldn't some of that necessity to describe your sexual misadventures to your therapist translate as to why that you need to kind of describe them somewhat when you go trying to witness to other people, and this is why you should abstain from any lustful material?
And yeah, I think you're right to flag it as a certain type of exhibitionism. And I don't want to psychoanalyze.
Oh god. Again, another bit of I don't know. You know what? Let me look up the definition of exhibitionism right here, right now. Exhibitionism. So, just on Google, extravagant behavior that is intended to attract attention to oneself. So that doesn't necessarily go talking about sex or nudity specifically, but let's read another definition. Britannica, would that give me a quick definition, or is it going to give me a whole article that I would have to oh god. Actually, I think it's just a 3. Yeah, it's just a 3 paragraph. So, we'll go ahead and read this right now, this particular passage right here, or article, whatever. Exhibitionism, derivation of sexual gratification through compulsive display of one's genitals. So, it's not like that they were... Okay. It's not like that they were exposing or displaying their own genitals in the book. It's not like that they took a dick picture and decided to like put it in there. So that way of that part of the definition of exhibitionism right here does not apply to the book. Like voyeurism, sexual display is almost universal as a prelude to sexual activity in animals, including humans. It is regarded as deviant behavior when it takes place outside the context of intimate sexual relations. Deviant behavior. Yeah, emphasis on behavior, not deviant. I mean, if I was to like go off on a limb, they were trying to say, oh, they're not putting forth deviant behavior, but they're trying to put forth deviant writings. Not even in that way is this definition applicable. Even if it was, I think it'd still be a bit of a stretch. Deviant writings specifically. Exhibitionists are usually not dangerous, although the experience is frequently perceived by the victim as threatening. Violence or sexual assault seldom follows the display. Exhibitionists, almost always male, may obtain gratification from the reaction of disgust or fear on the part of his victim. But this reaction is not always necessary to his excitement. Previously, normal individuals sometimes turn to exhibitionism following severe mental trauma or personal loss. The chronic exhibitionist, however, is likely to have a serious personality disorder. Exhibitionism is the most common form of sexual deviation to form into conflict with law in Western society. Nearly all of those arrested for exhibitionism are men. The disorder, if it exists at all in women, is seldom evident. Okay. I guess so. I mean, I'll just grant the benefit of the doubt because I don't know. Something to actually look into, but I hear less about female exhibitionists than male exhibitionists, so I'll definitely agree with that for right now, at least anyways. Some experts suggest that female exhibitionism is not uncommon, but is not identified as deviant behavior because there are socially acceptable ways for women to display their bodies. Oh, okay, that was a bit of interesting context on the conversation of female versus male exhibitionism. But regardless, so there was not one bit in the Britannica article here that goes describing exhibitionism as any kind of graphic writing of nudity or whatever. So again, just a devaluing of the word.
Lies. I'm gonna resist. I'm gonna resist that urge, but it's man, it does something, and I think the authors get this, and that's perhaps part of the reason that these books sold so well, is that there's a certain kind of titillation that's experienced, particularly by like young, curious minds that like don't have these sexual experiences to just kind of understand what the world is like and what it isn't like, and what real sex is and isn't like. When you're kind of getting all your information through this kind of pornified filter of adults who are perfectly happy to talk to you about the details of their sexual thoughts or their sexual experiences, there's something borderline traumatic, it seems to me, that can be happening in that dynamic. It's just not healthy.
That was a whole bunch of meaningless word salad. That's the whole reason why I let it play out, because that was so confusing. I don't even know where to start as far as my response goes to Zach Wagner, if at all. Again, like meaningless word salad. Break it down for me, Zach Wagner, if we ever talk to each other in person, which is going to be never. But regardless, I need like a better breakdown of that than the word salad that he just provided.
And we shouldn't normalize adult men talking to prepubescent and pubescent boys about the content of their fantasies. I think that when we normalize that, that can
Yeah.
easily get into grooming in real life.
Yeah, it kind
Might be a bit of a point right there, actually. You go. I mean, this is probably part of the reason as to why that I kind of backtracked a bit on some of my safe sex ed beliefs that was kind of developing within me in the mid 2010s. Like, I will say that most of my earlier life that I was probably against sex ed entirely, even safe sex ed. Well, as far as like the younger ages go, whereas you had like the atheists and all the other people in the 2000s and earlier 2010s who are like, no, we need to teach safe sex so as to prevent teenage pregnancy or whatever. And I guess I kind of eventually warmed up somewhat to that idea. But with some of the political debate going on around nowadays, like I mentioned a lot earlier in this live stream, that's going way too long right now, that there's the teaching of how to have gay sex and the books that are being banned in Florida and Loudoun County, Virginia, about there's the cartoons of a man blowing another man, and it almost makes one think that if we find it okay to teach a safe sex ed within public school, will that lead to the slippery slope of eventually teaching a sex ed, teaching safe sex ed to strictly teenagers? Will that bring us to the slippery slope of teaching sex, like, you know, the stuff about relating how to do vaginal penetration and so forth to preteens? I think that might be one of the rare valid points that Sheila kind of brings up, but I don't know if it completely disregards every single description of giving of describing sexual misadventures as a way to warn of how you should not do those sexual misadventures. I would definitely have to think more of a case of where that maybe there would be a case to bring forth an example of some sexual misadventure as a way to back up and say as to how you should avoid sexual lust. But I can't right now. Mr. Scott in the live chat says, I didn't hear all that, but the woman or the women, I think you might have said women. I didn't hear all that, but the women that are open with their fantasies is weird. Okay, yeah. Anyway,
kind of reminds me of, you know, the 20 years ago, the Mark Driscoll kind of, oh, he tells it like it is. Oh, it's so cool. He's, you know, he shoots, he's a straight shooter. And it's almost that same idea, like they're almost like going against this kind of conservative approach that no one talks about sex. And look, we talk about it. We talk about it so vulgarly. And they almost are swinging this pendulum where they don't even know it, trying to be the cool kid who fits in with the teenagers, who are actually, they're just perpetuating a different type of problem.
Well, yeah. Okay. Actually, he brought forth another thought in my mind. Not agreeing with Andy, but he brought forth the idea to me that maybe you have to like tell your stories so as to actually, yeah, this would be an example of how that I would think it would be necessary to bring forth your own personal anecdote, your own personal stories of your sexual misadventures or whatever else have you, is to show of how that in touch and connected you are with the person that you are trying to teach avoid this kind of sexual misadventure or avoid this kind of lust and so on and so forth. I mean, if you're completely, totally robotic and sanitized, are you really, truly going to connect to the person that is struggling with a porn addiction? I mean, the case of that might be different. I mean, it might be different on a case-by-case basis, but still, I think it's a very valid question to ask, and maybe that is what that Arturburn and Stoeker are trying to put forth here. They're trying to not be the super sanitized, super prudish, super like goody two shoes, super clean Christian, as far as because they're afraid of going about that approach is just going to make them lose touch with the teenager that they're trying to say, don't do this sexual thing or that sexual thing.
Yeah. Are you wondering how to talk
God.
about sex and puberty
Skipping
to your
through
sons
this.
and your daughter? Check that out. The link. Christian girls push their wardrobes by stopping lust, but never. So in the book, they consistently show that talk to your kids about sex and puberty in a way that isn't body shaming, that doesn't cause lust problems, and that actually focuses on respect. Check that out. The link is in the podcast notes. So in the book, they consistently show that lust for men is normal. They don't have any example.
What? No, okay. I'm going to try to remain calm as far as here and not get animated. Maybe she's not trying to say that they're saying that. Maybe she's not trying to say that Stoeker and Arturburn are saying it's not natural for women and just natural for men only. But I don't know. I guess I want to like clarify that I do think it's natural for both sexes to one extent or another.
Examples that I could find of boys actually treating women with respect and honor. They might have examples of guys. Cast notes. Yeah. So in the book, they consistently show that lust for men is normal. They don't have any examples that I could find of boys actually treating women with respect and honor. They might have.
Yeah, and do you think that they are trying to bring forth those stories of boys treating women with disrespect and treating them like trash as like a good thing? That's not how I read it at any point in any of the examples that they brought forth in the book.
Examples of guys stopping lust, but never actually deliberately treating women with respect and honor, which we'll come back to in a minute. When they do talk about
again, she's going about the approach that because they did not explicitly say X, that or for that must mean that they are not encouraging X or don't believe in X. In this case, being treating women with respect. Because Stoeker and Arturburn did not explicitly say treat women with respect, therefore they're, I don't know, they're not for that or something. This is stupid.
Girls, they basically blame them for boys' sin. So here's just one.
Oh, that's okay. It sounded like that she was about to read an excerpt. I'm just gonna wait.
Example. Even Christian girls push their wardrobes far beyond modesty, sporting short shorts, tight t-shirts, and bare midriffs. You can get an eyeful and even masturbate from the memory when you get home later that night. How
Okay.
is that not putting ideas in guys' heads?
Nor,
Like,
but you shouldn't.
I know
Like,
they don't
it's-
say that. They don't like
But that would be objectifying an image bearer of God.
Yes.
Completely not healthy, because that
I don't even know where to start with this. Like, it's not like Stoeker and Arturburn were saying it's okay in that case. Maybe I need to rewind and give it one more listen to fully jot it down.
Christian girls push their wardrobes far beyond modesty, sporting short shorts, tight t-shirts, and bare midriffs. You can get an eyeful and even masturbate from the memory when you get home later that night.
What I got from that is that they're just basically trying to say that it's hard for a man. I mean, regardless of how modest or immodest women might be, like, I guess I can somewhat see how that they might be implying that, or they think that Stoeker and Arturburn are implying it's women's fault, but I don't think that is at all what they were trying to say. They're still trying to say, ultimately, the sin is on you, young man reading this part of my book here. But at the same time, they're just trying to say that it doesn't help, honestly. That you would have a woman like, I don't know, showing the very bottom of their part of their buttocks or whatever.
How is that not putting ideas in guys' heads?
Nor,
Like,
but you shouldn't.
I know.
Okay, here's the thing. If a dude goes like reading that excerpt and their intent is not to all like, oh yeah, I should be trying to avoid looking at those particular images, those particular women who decide to dress scantily clad. I mean, if a man is not coming reading that excerpt with that intent, then I honestly want to say that it's more on them than Stoeker and Arturburn, frankly. Oh dang, I lost my train of thought there.
They don't say that. They don't like
But that would
Don't
be
say what?
objectifying,
Rewinding.
memory when you get home later that night. How is that not putting ideas in guys' heads?
Nor,
Like,
but you shouldn't.
I know
Like,
they don't
it's-
say that. They don't like
but that would be objectifying an image.
Don't say what that. Oh, we are putting the images in a little young boys' heads. Okay, I'm starting to remember more what I was trying to say. Like the intent that the reader is supposed to take is, as far as that excerpt goes, is that you should avoid looking at those scantily clad women. I mean, if a man is to like take just the reading description of that, and that's enough to like set them off, and so therefore they are going to plot the rest of their evening to just looking at porn all day after reading that excerpt, then that's on them more than anything.
Bear of God,
Yes.
completely not healthy, because that literally is I mean, that's the same as porn, right? I mean, you're literally just using her as a porn replacement.
yeah. No, I should specify. They do
Rewinding
say,
again.
you know, you're not.
God,
Yes.
complete.
How is that not putting ideas in guys' heads?
Nor,
Like,
but you shouldn't.
I know
Like,
they don't
it's-
say that. They don't like
But that would be objectifying an image bearer of God,
Yes.
completely not healthy, because that literally is I mean, that's the same as porn, right? I mean, you're literally just using her as a porn replacement.
Okay, so it sounds like what Andy is trying to say is that because they written the description at all, that therefore Stoeker and Arturburn are making porn right here in this book right here. It's like, oh god. I mean, what does a person even say to that? I mean, are we going to go around with the assumption that any bit of immodesty within the public atmosphere is like porn, just all of it? I don't know. I mean, not to say that it is right. I just do not know if I agree with that, because it seems to be like a bit of a dwindling of the definition of porn. Just like a woman just ends up like wearing a too tight of a t-shirt or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I should specify. They do say, you know, you're not supposed to masturbate. You're not supposed to ever think about sex.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you for finally being honest.
They do say that repeatedly, that you're never supposed to think about sex. But by giving these anecdotes where boys are specifically masturbating at the memory of a girl that they know, and not saying that is a sin against that girl.
Yes.
Wait, what? What is a sin? What?
Sex. They do say that repeatedly, that you're never supposed to think about sex. But by giving
It's the same as porn, right? I mean, you're literally just using her as a porn replacement.
Yeah, no, I should specify. They do say, you know, you're not supposed to masturbate. You're not supposed to ever think about sex. They do say that repeatedly, that you're never supposed to think about sex. But by giving these anecdotes where boys are specifically masturbating at the memory of a girl that they know, and not saying that is a sin against that girl.
Yes.
No consent.
Wait, what? No, they did like go touching onto those concepts that if you masturbate to like the image that you have of that girl. I mean, I'm not so sure if I like fully agree with the way that they framed it. I would have to like, I like I said, I don't have the excerpt right in front of me that I can like pull up myself out of the book so that I can like respond to it and go specifying exactly how I disagree with Stoeker and Arturburn. But they basically do actually go on the same concept that you do that Bare Marriage podcast here is talking about. that it is a bit of a dishonoring of the very woman that you go thinking back on and you go like masturbating to. They essentially go saying that. So you're just full of crap. You're being so bad faith.
I have a real problem with that.
Well, I think that raises, I mean, it just, you already said it, no consent there. I think that would be.
I guess the reason why okay, no consent. I think Stoeker and Arturburn might have actually said that themselves as well, that it is no consent if you like go ahead and you masturbate or whatever to that memory that you have back of the woman or whatever. I mean, it's not like that they were like peeping toms that ended up seeing the girl as they were like changing their clothes, or even like they took a nude photo of them behind closed doors or whatever, and then later they like masturbate to it. I mean, that's probably why that I disagree with it, because the woman is ultimately consenting to of how little they are dressing, and kind of risking the possibility that, oh, the man might be looking back at them. I mean, in fact, that's a good portion of the time as to why that anyone like dresses immodestly, not just women for that matter, but even like a male model. They are like having this sort of look at me, lust after me kind of attitude. So it's not like it's completely like no consent. I mean, they're not consenting to any kind of physical one-on-one sex with any person that might be like actual physical in-person sex with the person that is looking at them. But all the same, they're probably thinking to themselves, if they masturbate to me, oh, that means that I am more respected, or whatever the fuck is actually goes through the minds of Instagram thoughts or any models of any kind, or any girl or man that goes dressing in a certain way to get whatever sex they want, whatever gender they want to look at them in a lustful way.
A transformative thing to talk to young boys about. Like, how do you think she would feel if she knew that you were thinking about her this way? Do you think she would be okay with that?
That is exactly the intent with Instagram thoughts and like people who start a what is the OnlyFans? That's the website I was thinking of. That's exactly the thought with the OnlyFans girls and Instagram thoughts, dude. I mean, sure, yeah, I guess there is the possibility that the woman is just like so sweaty, therefore they need something that's a little bit more flowing, and it might be like a little bit too immodest or whatever to where that they would actually prefer, but their main purpose is they just want to be cool. Yeah, there is those cases, but there's also still the cases that women are intentionally dressing in a certain way to get more eyeballs on them. So I don't think it's quite entirely the way that you're framing it.
Like, and I think it's obvious that the answer to that would be no. Then maybe just don't do that, because that's just.
Then you never heard of OnlyFans girls or Instagram models or anything like that.
Disrespectful, and look for healthier ways to deal with whatever feeling you're kind of soothing with that habit. But it's so obviously, with even like a very simple question, would she be okay with you doing that? Do you think she'd feel okay with you thinking about her that way?
But they never do that. They never
don't
ask you to see things from the girl's perspective, ever.
Or just
Oh god. Again, another case of because they did not say it, that must mean that they're actually okay with whatever sin. I'm getting so freaking sick of this. I wonder how much longer that would have made the book, like how many more pages that would have made the book if they gone on the virtue signal every single time of, there is this a story that I have to bring forth of a man like committing sexual assault. and they don't write specifically or explicitly that sexual assault is not okay? How much longer would it be that if every single time that they bring forth an anecdote like that, they say, and that is not okay? I mean, that's not even accounting for all the times that they might have actually said it's not okay in this book, just they are omitting it for their own hack, dishonest narrative.
Teaching our young boys the difference between fantasy and reality, right?
Mhm.
It's like they're literally just endorsing this fantasy driven narrative of they don't even know this girl's name.
Wait, what? 1 second. He might be just referring to the people that Stoeker and Arturburn are talking about, and not Stoeker and Arturburn themselves. But I just need to give a re-listen to that to get clarification for myself.
Kind of soothing with that habit, but it's so obviously with even like a very simple question. Would she be okay with you doing that? Do you think she'd feel okay with you thinking about her that way?
But they never do
We
that.
just
They
don't- we
never
just don't do
ask
that.
you to see things from the girl's perspective ever.
Or just teaching our young boys the difference between fantasy and reality, right?
Mhm.
It's like they're literally just endorsing this fantasy driven narrative of they don't even know this girl's name, and yet they're masturbating to him, visioning her naked. It's like, wait a minute, what is reality? Who is she? What does she like to do? Like,
How? I think he was trying to say that Stoeker and Arturburn are endorsing this fantasy-based reality as far as women and sex goes. It's like, no. I don't know. It's not exactly fully clear. Sometimes both Bauman and Wagner I don't know, overcomplicate what they're trying to say to where I get lost in the weeds.
who is she as a human?
Yes.
And would you like to get her number? Would you like to ask her to go out? Like, what is reality here? And let's live in reality rather than fantasy.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
Yeah, and they're not okay with that, living in some sexual sinful fantasy.
what keeps happening throughout the
Stoker and Arturburn are, I mean.
book is that women's perspectives and the idea that women might have an
Wait.
And would you like to get her number? Would you like to ask her to go out? Like, what is reality here? And let's live in reality rather than fantasy.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
what keeps happening throughout the book is that women's perspectives and the idea that women might have an opinion or this might have an impact on women is consistently erased. So I'm gonna
Fuck that. Fuck that. Going towards. Did she even read the entirety of the book? Towards the bare end of the book, they actually did pull forth 3 girls and write down their own testimonies that they had to bring forth as far as men's sexual urges or lusts go. That they are not oh my gosh, you are full of shit, Sheila. I'm sorry. Either you did not read the book in its entirety, or you did read it in its entirety, and you're just pretending that the ending part of where that Stoker and Arturburn bring forth the 3 women to put forth their testimonies and write it down in the book, write down those women's testimonies in the book. Or you did read that and you just decided to lie about it not being included.
be a whole bunch of examples of that. But first of all, it's even the way they talk about women. When they describe individual girls, it tends to be in terms of their body parts or their appearance. I have a list of like 100 of these.
Yeah, as a bit of an ode, a warning of how this is how that you're not supposed to practice.
I'm not going to read them all, so I'm only going to read you 5 or 4, but believe me when I say this is not exhaustive, okay? This is the entire book, every page, over and over again, how they refer to girls. Striking blonde bombshell. Like training your eyes to look away from string
Okay.
bikinis, full-busted sweaters, and the hot-looking babes who wear them.
Okay.
What are you thinking when you're on the beach and suddenly focus on a jaw-dropping beauty in a thong bikini walking past you?
Okay.
A pair of bouncing breasts moseys by. I don't know how breasts mosey. Like, are they
Well,
disembodied?
bouncing and moseying.
Oh,
I feel like
jeez. It's supposed to be okay. It's lewd, yeah, sure, but it gets the point across. It's not like that they're trying to say, oh, those breasts are like literally not attached to a person or anything like that. And even with the descriptions that they are saying about how a girl is a real this real babe right here, like a woman can be both a babe and a person at the same time. You can acknowledge that a woman is like this kind of beautiful damsel or beautiful girl or whatever, and at the same time not be acting like, oh, there's not a person there. That's not a person. It's just a beautiful husk or something.
Or that's a contradiction in terms, it seems to me.
Like, so here we're talking about women only in terms, or girls, because remember, this is directed at boys. So we're talking about minors often in terms of just their body parts. And then they say this, obviously stripping off her clothes in the basement at the after game party is a wrong way to address this, but it's just as wrong to stare lustfully at her and fantasize in your mind. Neither practice is any more pure than the other. Now, I agree that both things are wrong, but one of them, you're actually assaulting a girl.
Wait, what? What? Where the fuck was the implication that you're committed, that in that example that they were bringing forth, that arbitrary example that they were bringing forth, that the dude is committing sexual assault on the woman? Where the fuck was that? Let me give one more re-listen.
Or girls, because remember, this is directed at boys. So we're talking about minors often in terms of just their body parts. And then they say this, obviously stripping off her clothes in the basement at the after game party is a wrong way to address this, but it's just as wrong to stare lustfully at her and fantasize in your mind. Neither practice is any more pure than the other. Now, I agree that both things are wrong, but one of them, you're actually assaulting a girl.
Oh my gosh. So it was exactly what I heard. There was no implication at all in that excerpt that you read, Sheila, that the man is committing sexual assault on the woman. Now, it does not close off the possibility at all that, there might be some sexual assault going on. But at the same time, you could strip a girl of her clothes and she's wanting you to do it. She's consenting to sex, but she's wanting you to help take her clothes off. It's not mutually exclusive. Again, just the freaking uncharitability and dishonesty. Hello, Coffee House Dialogue. And by the way, there's a guy on this podcast I'm responding to whose name is also Zachary. So if I go talking about a Zach here, then more times than not, I'm not going to be talking about you. Just FYI.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is born out of the, I think, a poor reading of Matthew 5, when Jesus says that if anyone looks at a woman with lustful intent or lust in his heart, as depending on the translation there.
Wait, it almost sounds like that Wagner again is going to be kind of giving a slight bit of pushback to Sheila. I mean, I don't know. Unless he's trying to say that, that isn't the case. That verse is not the case as to what that Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to say. I mean, I don't see of what other interpretation that person could give to that particular verse that he is referring to right now, of how looking upon a woman with lust, you are, by a Christian sense, already having sex with them or whatever. Does he actually disagree with that? I don't know. It should be interesting. And by the way, hello, Incredible Aspie in the live chat.
He has already committed adultery in the heart. So I think there's been this moral equivalence in some people's kind of imagination around sexuality. Well, if I'm lusting after her, it's kind of the same as if I already did it. So what's the harm?
What? No. Just because that a Christian preacher goes saying that lusting is just as sinful as actually physically having sex with somebody outside of marriage does not mean that they're trying to say that they're literally the same.
And that again just removes the other person from the equation. And I think again, it in all those quotes that you just read, they indulge in type of curiosity that fixates on bodies and body parts rather than persons. We've already talked about this, but I think,
You know, I don't remember the exact bits of them saying that, oh, I wish that I did keep memory of the specific parts of them saying focus on the person that is the woman as opposed to just looking at them as a piece of meat. But would they disagree with that idea? Looking at the person as opposed to the body?
beauty, even the beauty that we appreciate in all humans, whether opposite sex or same sex, there are interactions with a person are mediated through our body and theirs. We use our eyes to look at them, we hear their voice with our ears, we have a sense of the fact that a person is there because of the shape of their body that we see. But to stop there and then fixate on body parts, it seems to me, is again just solidifying this shallow, immature, and boyish orientation towards other people. And it
What do you mean fixation? I mean, just because that the rhetoric in the book is more specified towards bodies and saying how you should not look at those bodies does not actually encourage that men should stay their eyes fixated on just looking at the bodies of women, ignoring all sense of personality. No. Coffee House Dialogue says, yeah, fair enough. That's why I often use the last names with fellow Zacharys. By use, I mean refer to them by. Okay, I got you, Zach.
it creates a space where boys and men get stuck there. They actually lose their capacity or never grow into their capacity to see the people around them as human beings and not just bodies and body parts.
I don't know. Maybe that subject is supposed to be subject matter in a different book, talking about how to have a healthy dating relationship by Fred Stoeker and Stephen Arturburn or whatever. Let's just say rhetorically. I mean, one problem at a time, dude. First, you need to get the man to like dwindle their lust and their fixation and focusing on sexual body parts. And then we can talk about focus on the person, get to know the person.
And yeah, those quotes that you read are really disturbing in the sense that they actually don't even hold out aspirationally the fact that boys and men could think otherwise.
But not only do they...
That's bullshit. Just because they did not explicitly say it does not mean that they are against the idea, the aspiration that men and boys think of women as other than just body parts.
Ignore women's perspectives on that. What I find so interesting, though, is that this objectification transfers onto how they completely ignore women and what women experience in so many different areas. So at one point, Steve Arturburn is telling the story of how he...
They do not. Again, you're just lying. You're just lying, Sheila. At the end of the book, they gone writing down the 3 women that they helped, that they had to help testify for the sake of their book. They did pull in women's testimonies.
Got a girl pregnant when he was younger, and he pressured her to have an abortion, which she did. And as he's telling this story, he says, I had killed more than my baby. I had killed my life, and nothing would ever be the same again. And he does express remorse over this. But what I find so interesting is in telling this story, never once does he show any remorse for what his girlfriend was feeling.
I mean, maybe it's because the woman is not remorseful. Maybe it's because talking about, let's say rhetorically, oh, my girlfriend was actually willing to go along with it. She actually did want to get the abortion. She, in fact, beats her chest proudly about how she got an abortion. Maybe if he's afraid that if he was to actually say that, that would like dwindle or at least be a non sequitur deviation from what the main point is, that what he is trying to bring up is that sex outside of marriage is wrong, and it can cause you to want an abortion like I did, quote unquote. I mean, what do these people want, honestly? Do they want every single freaking time that they go talking about a woman or an experience with a woman, they every single freaking time go talking about the woman's perspective? How much longer would the book be in that case? Because again, it's not like that they completely disincluded any and all women. Even if they did like not put forth any women's testimonies, I don't know if I would like automatically have a problem with the book or anything like that, even at that point, in the same way that these people are. But regardless, they did, like I keep on saying, right at the bare end of the book, or at least going towards the end of the book, it was like one of the last 3 or 4 chapters or segments of the book. They go writing down the 3 women's testimonies. So this lie that they are putting forth, the Stoeker and Arturburn are just not including women's point of view at all in the book, is just disgusting.
Or what he put her through. It's only how he affected himself.
Yeah. And isn't that the norm of so much of church leadership? We don't actually think about the
I wonder if this woman would have the same kind of problem if there was a book that was specifically a message for women from a woman's perspective. If they were to talk about a woman's experience with a man, but did not actually talk about the man's perspective, would she equally have as much of a problem with that? Something tells me that she wouldn't, honestly, because that's honestly how uncharitable and almost partisan that Sheila Wray Gregoire is being right now. Like, I don't even think it's anything inherently wrong that if you go talking about one person's point of view, it is wrong for you to not be including the other person's point of view at the same time. This is really a dishonest loading of malicious intent.
Impact on women, because we don't value women's voice. We don't value women's experiences.
Oh, God. Again, just ovulating about this lie, saying, or trying to prop up this lie about how that they are just not valuing women's testimonies at all, when they in fact did write them down at the end of the book.
Us, if it's true that it's 87% of churches, Protestant churches, are male led, right? It's like we're just going to be thinking through our own life.
That might be a little bit of a different side subject, but the idea of whether or not there can be like women lead pastors, I don't know if I've ever inherently had a problem with there being like a female pastors, but it's almost like the guy is intending that it is wrong, that it is like some kind of societal moral wrong that we do not have more female pastors. Like, I gotta wonder, like, how unbiblical or how unchristly, how, I don't know. I don't know if there's like any person who is like a actually pro male pastor, exclusive male pastor, who actually says that it's actually a sin to have a woman like pastor out to the day's sermon or anything like that. It's like a little bit of a different subject, but I don't think, in some cases it might be the case that there are like just churches who are all like, learn your place, woman, shut up. But I highly doubt that it is the case all the time, that because they have a man lead of the church, that therefore women's cases, testimonies are completely unvalued. I mean, at one of the churches that I go to, the main pastor is a dude. But occasionally there will be a woman speaker who will bring forth a testimony of her own like missions trip and what she learned from that missions trip or whatever, as a supplement for the day's sermon. There are those cases. I don't think it's an absolute shut up, woman, we don't value your word at all. Go ahead and make me just to shut up and go back in the kitchen, make me a sandwich or anything like that. I think it might just be this perspective that is possibly a wrong theology, that is somehow sinful to have female pastors. I don't know if that's actually sinful. I don't think anybody has actually claimed that it's sinful, but even now I don't fully grasp the idea as to how exactly it's a bad idea. But I don't think it is out of like man's any human's sexism towards women. I think it's out of a we are commanded by God kind of belief to have men lead the church. Coffeehouse Dialogue says, never heard of anyone say it was a sin. More like it is important for the church structure. That is not the same as not allowing women to speak on anything at any point. Yeah, exactly, Zach. Thanks a lot.
Experience. We're just going to be thinking about ourselves, and we're not listening or honoring women's voices when our theology is literally laced with misogynistic ideas, right? And just twisted scripture. Women's opinion doesn't really matter.
Lie. You know, I feel like I need to like pull up the one soundbite of Shane Killian shouting lie, because that's what I feel like right now. These people are just all like acting like that there was not any women testimonies at all brought forth in the book. And even if there wasn't any women testimonies brought forth in the book, I'm not going to automatically assume that must mean that Stoeker and Arturburn are a bunch of sexist pigs that think that women should never speak their opinion ever at all at any case in any time of history. But because of the fact that they did put forth testimonies at the end of this book, that is objectively evidence, proof even, that they value women's words, value women's opinions. So I don't even know if it's like a lie on Andy Bauman's case. If he like did read the book through himself, then yeah, it is a lie on his case. But I don't know. Sheila acts like that she did read through the entirety of the book, and the fact that she says that, oh, they're not including women's point of view at all in this book, it's like you're just lying.
Yeah, speaking of those misogynistic ideas, the only times in the book where they show any signs that you're supposed to respect a woman because she's a woman, it's actually not because of her sake, it's because the relationships that she has with other men. So for instance, when he's telling boys that they have to be careful what they do with girls on their dates, it's because of that girl's father. So
I mean, it can be both. One idea is not exclusive of the other. Again, it can be both.
Remember that she has a father.
Ew.
Okay.
Oh god, Andy. You crack me up, Andy. Your reactions to the smallest little thing. It's like if I was to say, I think that everybody should be allowed to own all kinds of weaponry, including full automatic 50 calibers, and somebody's just like, ew. Oh, this is great.
So when he talks about his own daughter's purity, he's talking about how he wants to make sure that that boy knows that he's the one who's worried about his daughter's purity. And so the boy has to respect him as the girl's father. Not that the boy has to respect the girl for the girl's sake, but the boy has to respect him as the girl's father.
I don't know. I cannot. She's not like reading any specific excerpt, but considering of how much that she lied so far in this podcast, I have to just say I severely doubt her basic description of the book, right? Or that part of the book that, oh, you should only care about the girl's father's opinion, not the girl that you're dating at all.
Or here's another quote. Similarly, if a well-built woman bends over and shows you her breasts while you continue to stare at her, you're a thief. You need to leave that
Okay. I wonder if they disagree with that one particular sentence.
valuable creation in the hands of God and her husband or her future husband.
Hmm.
So again, she has value because of the men that she is related to, not just because she has value in and of herself.
It can be both for the second time, I guess. This is only the second time that I've said it, but it can be both. That a woman has a value for, you know, their eventual future husband, but also they could have value as well as a speaker, a motivational speaker of some kind, or a welder. Like I've seen female welders before. I've met them before, or as some kind of army soldier or something like that. It's not. They are not saying exclusively a woman only has value for because of the fact of whoever they marry.
Yeah, it reminds me of the interviews I've been doing for the last 2 years about women's experience of sexism and abuse in the church. And I'm reminded of one woman who shared at 18 she got pregnant. She had to go in front of the church and apologize to the whole church. Or a leader of the church, raped her as an 18-year-old, and they called it basically, instead of rape, right? They called it a consensual relationship.
Did you just say that the girl is 18? I mean, Andy is not helping himself by not going into the exact details of this story. I mean, if it was rape, how exactly was it actually rape, or was it just? I don't know. Are you trying to say that just because that there's a big age gap, that in spite of the fact that the woman was still 18, still a full consenting adult, that therefore it was rape? I mean, I agree with the idea that a man like getting some kind of simulated version of consent from a pre-adult, that can be conceived as a form of rape. But we're talking about an adult right here. Like, I don't know, just dive more into your story, Andy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he does. Let's rewind it a bit and re-listen and fully listen.
It reminds me of the interviews I've been doing for the last 2 years about women's experience of sexism and abuse in the church. And I'm reminded of one woman who shared at 18 she got pregnant. She had to go in front of the church and apologize to the whole church. Or a leader of the church raped her as an 18-year-old, and they called it basically, instead of rape, right? They called it a consensual relationship.
Okay, I guess admittedly I wasn't paying full attention. He does describe that he did rape her. I don't know. For some reason, I thought he was like sticking with the idea of there being like any considerable age gap in spite of a woman being 18 years old, that therefore it was some kind of rape or whatever. I don't know. For right now, I guess I'm just going to give the benefit of the doubt to Andy that there was a rape that went on. But I'm just wondering, like, that's one anecdote. Just because there is that one anecdote of an entire church being for the pastor in spite of the fact that he committed a rape does not mean that is a reflection on all the entirety of modern Christendom, that therefore all Christians are generally a bunch of sexists that think that women should shut up on their opinions.
And she needed to apologize for her part in that. And it's just like, it's so disgusting how you're blaming.
Okay, actually let him like fully describe the story, and my stance still stays the same.
These women without power, right? These are powerless women in these systems of patriarchy that are literally.
No, I'm not talking about the whole toxic masculinity thing earlier, about how sure that I guess in theory there might be such a thing, but the fact that there is an unironic, if somebody like unironically uses the term, it's kind of a red flag. The fact that he uses like patriarchy as like the core issue, as trying to use patriarchy as like a pejorative, that's another red flag right there.
Saying that they're equally responsible when it's truly the men and their broken sexualities that are literally harming these women again and again and again.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Being pro patriarchy does not mean that you are an apologist to rape. There's my take right there, folks.
But the women's don't count. So let's get into that. Let's get into to bulldozing over consent, and let's get into actual abuse and how they treat that. Okay. Just the non-consensual language that they use in this book is amazing. Here's just a simple sentence. Like, it's just a throwaway sentence. And I'm like, what? So they said, too often she was less because I took from her what a husband should take.
Ew.
Assuming that a husband should be taking.
What happened to neutrality?
I know, like even just that, like that wasn't even the focus of what they were saying, but even the way that they phrase sex in marriage is just so problematic.
Okay, again, this is like another like non sequitur point right here brought up. It's like a throwaway line, so therefore she's trying to like project some kind of malicious intent on Stoeker and Arturburn. Coffeehouse Dialogue says, "My patriarchy." Translation: same people saying same things about men and women. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It should be a shared experience of giving and receiving pleasure rather than just a selfish act. It's all about me. It's all about my orgasm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would say,
and you know what? Okay, might be a bit of a sloppy wording right there, that specific excerpt that she read. But just because somebody takes something does not mean that it was stolen necessarily. I don't know. The idea of a taking what a man should take, like, I don't know. I'm just gonna say right now that does not always entail a form of rape. I don't know. Maybe the idea that he's trying to say is that both a woman should give and a man should take, but he's kind of forgetting to say that because the woman is not consensually or willfully giving, therefore the man is doing something wrong right there. He's probably trying to run along with a certain concept without actually breaking down that this is not when that concept is applicable. I don't know. They admit that it's like not really the point of what's being said in that particular excerpt, the fuller description of that excerpt, but still, I don't know.
Interestingly, David and Bathsheba, and then also Joseph and Potiphar's wife, in both instances, the sin in David's case and the potential sin is framed as a sin against God, not merely against Uriah, because like, oh, David, you stole. I mean, that's discussed. Like with the
What's he trying to say? That the Bible is not specifying it's a sin against Uriah? Let me rewind that.
Discussion with Nathan in David's case. And I would say, interestingly, David and Bathsheba.
Rewinding again.
Receiving pleasure rather than just a selfish act. It's all about me. It's all about my orgasm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would say, interestingly, David and Bathsheba, and then also Joseph and Potiphar's wife, in both instances, the sin in David's case and the potential sin is framed as a sin against God.
Framed by who? Framed by the Bible? I mean, starting to sound a little bit like some kind of anti-Christian atheist right there, dude. I gotta kind of question your your off the cuff explanation of whatever passage of the Bible that you're trying to explain.
Not merely against Uriah because, like, oh, David, you stole. I mean, that's discussed, like with the discussion with Nathan. But David, I think, gets to the point where he realizes that his,
or at least I don't know. I'm thinking like King David, and the fact that mentioned Uriah, like, wasn't Uriah the woman that King David had tried to steal away from the one soldier whose name escapes me right now, and tries to get that said soldier killed so that he could just free fully like have his like dozenth wife or whatever? I don't know.
sin with Bathsheba is not merely a matter of I stepped on some other man's toes, but this is a sin against God because Bathsheba, is created in the image of God. And similarly, Joseph, when Potiphar's wife propositions him, the power dynamic is switched here, interestingly. He says, he doesn't say, I couldn't do that to my master, you belong to him, or, I'd get in trouble if I did that, this would be a sin against Potiphar. He actually says it would be a great sin against God. And I think that logic is built on the Imago Dei and the fact that sexuality should be in context of this mutuality that you already mentioned, Andrew, but a recognition that all of us ultimately belong to God, and our creation by God requires that we treat everyone with dignity.
Sorry, that was a poorly constructed word salad that just did not have much connective tissue to whatever point that he was trying to refer to right there. Him trying to explain a certain Bible story right there. I don't even know what the point Zachary Wagner was trying to put forth. Like, does that make any sense to you guys in the live chat listening right now? What exactly was Zach Wagner trying to say right there? Somebody can like help me out there. To read Coffee House Dialogue's response to what was played right there, because it is against God. Adultery against someone else disrespects the Lord's design for marriage. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's just, but there was a point right there where that Zach Wagner was trying to say that it's wrong that the Bible is saying that it's a sin against God, but omitting that it's also a sin against the wife as well. I don't know. Continuing with the Caveat's dialogue. Oh, but Dark, no true Scotsman, her some atheist maybe. That soldier was Uriah. Okay, Uriah sounded like a girl's name to me. That's why that I was assuming that it was the wife. My bad. But I don't know. Who does know? Yeah. Who knows? We'll never know. Just that was poorly constructed, Mr. Wagner. I mean, Wagner is being so far like the least enraging of all three of these people on this podcast. But I think part of it has to be with the fact that his statements are so messy and not very well articulated for me to find the reasoning as to whether or not that I should be disagreeing with this, being angry at this, or whatever else have you. The only one thing that I could really put forth, or maybe there was a few other things, but the one thing that I explicitly remember him bringing up that I did have to respond to was the idea he was saying of how that it's pagan, supposedly, that a man should be able to have a healthy relationship with their wife. Like Stoeker and Arturburn were trying to encourage right there. That's like the only thing. Everything else from Wagner has either been too boring, too milquetoast, or just too freaking messy and confusing. Catchat says this is the most stressful lunch break I've ever had in my life because I have no idea how long it's supposed to be. Hi, Cat. What's up? Says Coffee House Dialogue. Catchat says I'm in orientation for laundry at my workplace. Regular lady is going on holiday next week, so gotta fill in. Sorry to hear that, Cat. Anyway, I paused too long already on this.
Okay, well, here's some examples of not treating people with dignity that, again, are just like throwaway lines in this book. So he says, or they say, what about the cumulative effects of renting Titanic on Friday night, watching nubile, sweat-soaked girls in tight nylon shorts at the track meet on Saturday afternoon, and lightly rubbing your genitals against a girl during the slow dance at the Saturday night social?
Okay. I'm not going to say that was actually dignified, but okay.
Why are we talking about lightly rubbing your like, this is just strange language. Or how about this one? She's so full-bodied, and the guys in the locker room have told me she's kind of loose about what she'll do with you. I know she'd never pay any attention to me, but I found this picture of her in her tight volleyball shorts, and I've masturbated over that picture a million times. Again, like
This is nothing new to me, quite honestly. And maybe there's a little bit of a pick and choose as to when that it was necessary and when that it was not necessary, as far as them describing like these different women and their physical features and the different general sexual misadventures. But they're coming about it in the perspective, from the perspective that it's always wrong or something like that to be describing like at all. And I just got to ask, is it really? Or can it sometimes be necessary to like show that you're in touch with the people who you're trying to reach out to?
not recognizing that these are actual people.
Yeah.
And it
I'd be repeating myself right now. Actually, sorry, rewinding.
we talking about lightly rubbing your like, this is just strange language. Or how about this one? She's so full-bodied, and the guys in the locker room have told me she's kind of loose about what she'll do with you. I know she'd never pay any attention to me, but I found this picture of her in her tight volleyball shorts, and I've masturbated over that picture a million times. Again, like not recognizing that these are actual people.
How is it not a recognition that it's actual people? Just pointing out how a person looks. Oh God, this is just, there is some misconception that we like have in general in society, or with some segments of society anyways, that if you go talking about a person's like physical features, like even of how that they're dressing or whatever, that therefore you're like not considering the person at all. And this is just another case of that, and I have to wholly disagree with it. Anyway.
Yeah.
And it's all framed as, this is an example of sexual sin that you do against yourself, and
Right.
not mentioning that there's another person involved here that you are hurting.
Bullshit. You know what? Oh God, there was like even some parts that they read earlier in this very podcast of where that they were reading the statements of there was some statement. I think it was the one of where that they were talking about the woman like bending over and showing off the cleavage to some dude or whatever. Them also saying Stoeker and Arturburn as they're reading it, that you are like stealing from that woman, or that you're like dishonoring. You're just. Well, actually, they said like I think they mainly said stealing from the plausible future husband of whatever that of that woman, but there were some concepts in here that you're like dishonoring the woman, but I don't know. I could have explicitly remembered that there was some earlier point in this very podcast where they did actually read excerpts from Every Young Man's Battle that, hey, you're dishonoring the woman by lusting and masturbating to them.
Again, I don't, similar to what Zach said earlier, I don't want to psychoanalyze too much, but it just feels like they're
bullshit. You've already done too much psychoanalyzing as it was. You're assuming of their intent, trying to say that, they're trying to say that men have no self-control. They're just a bunch of baby cavemen. Fuck off.
Really working something out as a writer. They're really trying hard. And it reminds me of a lot of the guys that first come through my program, and they're like writing out their stories for the first time, and it's really graphic, and they're almost like it's this really young, like trying to work through it, and almost trying to work through their guilt and trying to work through their issues, and it's just like it doesn't come out quite right.
I'm going to pause to read the chat here some more. Coffee House Dialogue says, if it is in the context of marriage, there is nothing wrong with sexuality at all. King, a Song of Solomon, anyone? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't get the logic either. Is this Sheila lady trying to imply that pointing out a thirst trap implies lust all on its own? Yeah, she's trying to say that any describing of it at all is wrong, basically.
It's odd.
It is. It is really odd. Okay, now I want to talk about where they actually talk about abuse, what I think is date rape or abuse or some kind of abuse, or crimes, and they never describe them as such. They never describe these as any form of assault.
Never mind. I kind of have my doubts here, but
so returning to the girl next door porn that we were talking about earlier, he says, I still remember the short, full-bodied Asian girl standing nude in the wheat field after she won the girl next door contest. So again, that is non-consensual porn. And he's bragging about that.
Nope. Trying to warn about that. Trying to give an ode, a warning against that. You know, with what you just merely read right there, I did not hear the braggadocious part about that. Oh, I was a peeping Tom with some short, curvaceous Asian girl or something like that. Again, oh man. If every single time that they gone talking about a crime, if every single time that they go talking about how they had sex outside of marriage with a woman, they were all like, oh, this is a crime. Don't do crime, kids. Or, oh, this other woman, this is how she feels and so forth. This book would probably be an extra 50 to 100 pages longer. And honestly, I don't see it as inherently necessary for, especially not every single time that they go talking about something. They're just working under the assumption that, yeah, being a peeping Tom is wrong, folks. I mean, if there really are some boys out there that do not know that being a peeping Tom is wrong, then is that a fault on Fred Stoeker and Stephen Arturburn? Or is that the fault of the parents of that said boy who is reading the book Every Young Man's Battle and reading about the story of the peeping Tom? Whose fault is it? The parents, of course. Zero Gold says, Sheila is insane. Yeah, in a kind of almost underhanded kind of way. And unfortunately, it's like some personal people, somebody like who shared this to me that got suckered into this. It's just like, no. Not even AI. Okay, not even AI can make sense of this. Does not compute, says Coffee House Dialogue. Okay, yeah. With all the typos that he did, he gave some corrections there. Took a while to read. Coffee House Dialogue also says, fault of the parents, of course. Zilgold says, there's a huge difference between admiring beauty and being a Glenn Quagmire. Yeah, precisely.
Racist fetishization as well.
Yes, exactly. Here's another one. With no mom around and a junior high girl down the street who comes over to my house every afternoon and lets me do anything I want to her. What's the big deal? It's fun and she wants it. And they're telling this story of a boy saying this, but they're not acknowledging that junior high girls, that is like not okay. No matter
what the fuck. It's the entire book is about the subject of all these stories are not okay. Does it really have to put forth the disclaimer after every single time they tell a story? Again, this is not okay. Tell a story. Again, this is not okay right here. What was described in the story? Tell the story again. Also with this story, like we said with the past few dozen other stories that we presented, this wasn't okay what went down here. Oh, what a... I can't even grasp this. The amount of malicious intent being assumed, or just the bad faith, uncharitability happening right here. It's frustrating.
No matter what age you are, and also let me do anything I want to her. Not that she's doing anything, not that she's participating. It's very non-consensual language.
Yeah. What do you mean it's what? Let's back that up.
Yes, exactly. Here's another one. With no mom around and a junior high girl down the street who comes over to my house every afternoon and lets me do anything I want to her. What's
lets me? There's the key word right there.
What's the big deal? It's fun and she wants it. And they're telling this story of a boy saying this, but they're not acknowledging that junior high girls, that is like not okay.
Yeah, no shit. They acknowledge that it's not okay.
No matter what age you are. And also let me do anything I want to her. Not that she's doing anything, not that she's participating. It's very non-consensual language.
I don't know if there's like a lot being assumed right there or not. I mean, there is a possibility that I guess the girl is like being manipulated in some way. So it's like basically a soft core rape or something like that. Or I don't know. I don't know the exact details. And it's not like the Stoeker and Arturburn went into depth with their story. And it's not like Sheila is going to detail about it either. Well, I don't think she can because it's not like there's provided much. But even if like Stoeker and Arturburn were to go into deeper detail, then Sheila would be bitching about how, oh, this is too graphic, or something like that. This is too much description.
Yes.
Against a girl who could be 12 or 13.
Against a girl that could be 12 or 13. Okay, that makes it seem more wrong, definitely. But is the book trying to say that that's all right? No.
They've got this one that's the same. Like I said, this one's the same as Every Man's Battle. They just changed a few words. Maybe you've driven your car to the parking lot of a local gym after school, watching scantily clad classmates bouncing in and out, fantasizing, even masturbating in the car. Masturbating in a car in public is a crime. But they never mention that.
Oh, God. I'm just so tired of how many times that these people go saying, I want them to describe it's a crime. I don't think... You know what? I think this is a bit of projection right here. Andy Bauman was saying earlier of how Stoeker and Arturburn are saying that men are a bunch of baby cavemen. I think that's a bit of projection. Not on his part. I'm not saying that he's the one who actually thinks it, but I think Sheila here actually thinks that us men are a bunch of baby cavemen. That we need it to be described to us in painstaking kindergarten level of clarification detail to say, this is a crime, kids. Don't do it. Oh, jeez. That does not have to be said every single freaking time that they go telling a story of a sexual misadventure. Sheila. Oh, I'm getting a headache from this.
Very strange.
Yeah. I mean, and it's worse than strange. It's just, I mean, and all of this is just what we said at the beginning. The effect, I fear, and it would be interesting kind of going back and asking my younger self kind of questions of what I felt reading these things. But the effect I fear is that it just gives boys a free pass.
No, fuck no. Come on. Don't. Okay. I was wanting to be nice to Zach Wagner up until this point. He's trying to say that the book is just giving boys a free pass. Like, fuck no. The book is all about how young boys should not be having promiscuous sex or committing sexual assault, I guess more specifically, or looking at porn. What do you... Why are they trying so hard to try and lie to say that the book was trying to do the opposite of what it actually does? You can argue all you want that every young man's battle is like sloppy or whatever else have you. That's fine. Those criticisms might be a little bit more open for discussion. But to say that the Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to say that sex outside of marriage or lust or anything like that is okay is a complete bald-faced lie.
It normalizes all of these, not just like worse than objectifying, like radically dehumanizing behaviors, and just says, well,
no, again, it's not. What a freaking disgusting echo chamber this is. I have a feeling that if this podcast was like uploaded on YouTube or something else instead of Apple Podcasts, it'd probably like have a boatload of comments talking about of how that, oh, you guys are so full of crap, you're being so uncharitable, or maybe come to a point of where that they would like hide comments or something. I don't know. I do not know. I almost feel like that the only reason why that this is not getting as much pushback is because of the fact that it's on Apple Podcasts. I am actually quite lucky, air quotes, because I have to like suffer through this dishonest, uncharitable stupidity right here. I am actually lucky to have actually had this shared to me directly by somebody in my own personal life for me to like be able to respond to this bullshit.
You know, I read 100 stories in the book about all my peers and these Christian men that quote unquote struggle with this. So if I have some sort of kind of unbidden urge or impulse that appears in my brain, rather than having the absolutely not, that would be so disrespectful to her, I cannot do that. Instead, the script and the path becomes, well, you know, I read that my pastor and maybe my dad and my next door neighbor, this is the sort of stuff that they're doing. So if I do that, maybe it's not so bad. And like, I get that it's a
no. Oh my gosh.
sin, but you know, I'm young, I'm figuring it out, and it just creates all of these really, really problematic scripts for boys to follow.
I need a break. I need a break to read the live chat. Coffee House Dialogue says, who's Glenn Quagmire? Who said it was okay? Zuggold says, like I said, Sheila is insane. Coffee House Dialogue says, let usually implies consent. Yeah, I mean, with the story that was said earlier, I mean, she says that it was that the junior high girl was like 12 years old. I don't know. I cannot remember exactly if she was describing that, oh, this is like some college age 21-year-old like screwing a 12-year-old that is quote unquote letting me do it, or if it was actually a 16 or 14-year-old dude that was fucking around with a 12-year-old or something else like that. But I can't remember the exact details. I mean, a 12-year-old regardless should not be having any sorts of sexual misadventures or anything like that. Let them play sports. Let them like do their gymnasium stuff. Let them like be a kid and so forth. But regardless, assuming that the age gap was like very close, assuming that the ages were appropriate, at least, I guess there is still the possibility that it actually was consent to Coffee House Dialogue, or Zach. I should just call you Zach. But thing is, if I call you Zach, people are going to be all like, who's Zach? Who's DarkCon actually talking to? I don't see a Zach. All I see is Coffee House Dialogue and Zeo Gold at this point in the live chat. But anyway. But yeah, maybe it's possible, but I don't know. It's wrong regardless. The severity of how wrong it was might be up for debate, but regardless, it was wrong. And it's not like every young man's battle was trying to say that particular story was all fine and dandy. The story was supposed to be an example as a bit of a warning. She's just assuming what is happening instead of letting the story speak for itself. Yeah. Relevance? I don't know what you're referring to right there. Zach Zielgold says, Sheila must think that women need to be covered up like in Muslim majority countries. I don't know. I don't know that. I'm not going to try and think and banter about that too long because it'd be taken to, it's unnecessary filler. Zachary Cawley also says the amount of condescension of staggering from that podcast, or the amount of condescension is staggering from that podcast. Yes, it is. DarkCon is becoming Shane Killian, folks. Yep, exactly. I'm becoming Shane Killian, being disgusted with all the lies. Zugold says that Sheila is saying that she mistrusts men without saying that without telling us that she mistrusts men. Maybe. What the heck is Wagner saying? Asks Zachary Cawley. I do not know. Like, I don't even remember at this point. I took such a long break from actually playing the podcast.
I feel like I see these men in my office like every day, right? Like this, 20 years later of reading this book, these men's marriages are failing because of their deceptive sexuality and their lack of integrity. And they show up incredibly entitled to their wife's body. Yeah. And she is literally dying inside. And we have to, in a sense, deconstruct all of these ideas and rebuild a new sexuality.
Yeah. Okay. So they also talk about whistling at women who are walking by, which is very intimidating for women, by the way, when you get catcalled.
Oh, God. There's another red flag there, folks. I mean, not to say that catcalling is just like all of it is like okay, but for the most part, generally speaking, the worst that it gets is being some kind of rudeness, maybe even like sexist rudeness. But some people, there was like actually some social experiment video that I remember seeing a few years back of where that a woman was just walking through the street and they were describing even a dude just randomly saying, "Hey, how's it going?" as the woman was passing by as catcalling. So the definition of catcalling is just so loose, it's very dwindled. That the meaning of that word is very dwindled to me. And the fact that she uses the word catcalling like in an unironic sense here is another red flag for you folks.
Talk about broadcasting yourself masturbating to 5 different girls. So they're talking, on the web doing that. And then they give these examples, which I think are date rape. See what you think. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. I think this is date rape.
Okay. I mean, okay. The fact that she is like trying to like read all these stories and is like framing them in the way that she is. Reading a story and saying, that's sexual assault. Or saying, in this case, this is a date rape or whatever. And the fact that every young man's battle is at least trying to imply that these particular stories are not okay. These actions are not okay. But the fact that she keeps on like obsessing on them so much makes me almost wonder, is she thinking, oh, this guy just outed himself. We need to like go through the back catalog of crimes that he has ever committed and lock him up and throw away the key or something like that. I do not know what is up with this. But I don't know. Let's actually listen to the story here.
Remember the time, they're quoting a girl. I remember the time when a girl I really liked tried some things that made me uncomfortable. I asked him to stop, but he persisted. Finally, he just wore me down and I eventually gave in. He had weakened my defenses.
Okay. Wait. I need to rewind this again. This almost sounds like one of the written female testimonies that goes towards the end of the video. Is she actually reading the women's testimonies right now? And yet earlier she said that the book is not given a consideration, doesn't ever mention a woman's thoughts on the matter. Did she really just contradict herself in the very same podcast, saying, oh, this book does not care or even mention anything about a woman's perspective, yet later goes reading the woman's testimony that was included in the very book that she's criticizing? What? Okay, re-listen to it again.
They talk about broadcasting yourself masturbating to 5 different girls. So they're talking, on the web doing that. And then they give these examples, which I think are date rape. See what you think. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. I think this is date rape. I remember the time, they're quoting a girl. I remember the time when a girl I really liked.
She admits it. She said it herself. They're quoting a girl. Sheila Wray Gregoire, you fucking utter dumbass. You earlier in this podcast said that Stoeker and Arturburn do not consider the woman's opinions, do not mention anything about the women's perspective, and now you are reading the very woman's perspective that was included in the book. Cognitive dissonance much? Excuse me, slurring my words right now.
Tried some things that made me uncomfortable. I asked him to stop, but he persisted. Finally, he just wore me down, and I eventually gave in. He had weakened my defenses.
Yeah, and that story is read as a way to say as to why that men should take control of their own sexual urges and not do XYZ practice that they go condemning in the story. This is going to be interesting what her follow-up has to say about after reading this woman's testimony right here.
I mean, absolutely.
Yeah, that's date rape, but they describe this as going too far.
Assault.
Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. Oh. Just because that the book does not go using the exact terminology that she wants them to use, therefore, they are somehow in the wrong. This is like saying that some person who was like, I don't know, casually using racial slurs in a rather uncalled for way, that a person criticizing it is all like, it's rude. And then person number 3 comes in and is all like, no, that's racism. And then getting on the person's case for that because he did not use the exact wording that person number 3 wanted person number 2 to use. This is stupid. Yeah, it's date rape. I get it. I agree. But the fact that they did not use the actual term date rape and instead had gone saying it goes too far is nothing inherently wrong, Sheila. It does not mean that Stoeker and Arturburn are somehow wrong or malicious in this. This is... read the chat some more. Ew, why does every feminist blow each remark out of proportion? Asks Zachary Colley. Yeah, exactly. Or it meant to say, that's the sound that he meant to say in the live chat here. Zero Gold says, we got a full-blown feminist here, folks. Indeed. Coffeehouse Dialogue says, maybe she's just a porn addict that can't take herself out of porn. Cue maniacal voice for comedic effect. I think Inosuke from Demon Slayer. Okay. No. I mean, I would really like to be all like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth kind of situation right here and say that because she's being uncharitable, let's be completely uncharitable and dishonest about her. But no, Zach, that's not the case. I'm going to be charitable towards the uncharitable lying hack Sheila Wray Gregoire. She's not trying to take some kind of pro-porn position right here. She's taken an anti-porn position, but from a totally different perspective from Arturburn and Stoeker, to where that is causing her to have some kind of cognitive dissonance, uncharitability, dishonest, disgusting, partisan attitude towards them. Let's continue. God. I can't believe it. I still got 24 more minutes of this podcast to listen to. Jeez. I definitely need to like get some highlights, edit out some highlights of this live stream and re-upload it as a highlight reel.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is assault. Here's another one. A girl says this too. When I resist, he pouts or asks why I don't desire him physically. I hate making him feel bad and having the blame pushed back on me, so sometimes I have given in.
Yes. That would be a temper tantrum that these little boys are throwing because they
Mm.
can't get sex.
They were saying that it was wrong. They were saying essentially that the boyfriend was being wrong in their treatment of the girl. Why are you acting and saying this statement like if Stephen Arturburn and Fred Stoeker are in disagreement, you putz?
They feel like they're entitled to.
Yeah.
And they guilt and manipulate their girlfriends to, in a sense, make them feel better, which is so wrong in so many ways.
And
Well,
again,
and also a dynamic that I should say exists in many marriages. This isn't just a teen thing. The kind of like pouty husband who emotionally coerces and manipulates. You can act out sexual entitlement without being domineering and aggressive.
Yep.
And I think that is an important thing for men to consider. Just because you're not loud and boisterous or physically forcing anything doesn't mean you're not acting out of a sense of entitlement or creating. If it's not active coercion, there's a kind of system of coercion in place, which again is undergirded by this narrative that if men don't get the sexual release that they quote unquote need, that they'll act out in some other dehumanizing way, or they'll stray, or they'll go watch porn instead, or whatever the case may be, which rather than just holding men to the standard, it's like, hey, sometimes it's not gonna work out even if you would like it to, and you can just be a big boy and deal with that like an adult.
Okay. To be fair to Zachary Wagner, it seemed like that whole spiel that he was going on, he was saying it more in a way that did not come off as if he was trying to imply that Stoeker or Arturburn are in disagreement with that. He was just dissecting the anecdote that was the woman's written testimony that Sheila just read. So Wagner is not that much better than Sheila or Andy as far as how he's responding to every young man's battle. But with that particular statement, that kind of long-ish statement that he made right there, it was pretty fair. And I think I agree with everything that was just said there. But also with the statement that Stoeker and Arturburn were not disagreeing with it. I do not know if Wagner actually does think that Stoeker and Arturburn disagree with the concept of that I am saying here or whatever else he would say. But regardless, I don't know. Let's go on.
And find something else to do that doesn't involve a license to act out in sin.
Yeah.
And learn that you can actually have control over your arousal, and like you can actually just hold those feelings.
Can you really control your arousal? I mean, yeah, you can like look away and not look at all of whatever is making you aroused. That thought might still be in your head, though possibility is, and then you get aroused even with the blink and split second that you saw that of whatever is the source of your arousal. But I don't know. I just don't agree entirely with the idea that arousal is just like plainly controllable, like a light switch. Zachary Colley says in the live chat. Oh, I already read that one. The amount of appeals to silence is so staggering, right? You're right. It's exactly that mentality, Zachary Colley. Silence is violence. If you don't say exactly the thing in the way that I want you to, therefore that must mean that you are in agreement with the opposite thing. This is absolute stupidity. Continuing with his chat comment, the pile makes the pile makes the pro-Hamas appeals to silence look like an anthill by comparison. Yeah, honestly, yeah. This feminist like dogma and rhetoric is just like a whole lot worse by comparison. I think I can agree there, Zach. Ziegel said, "Heaven help us if Sheila has a sex drive that wild hidden behind her prude demeanor." You might want to retype that. That was a bit sloppy grammar right there, Zeogold. Zach Cully also says, "Putz, moron, grumpy old men." Yeah, I know. I used putz. I used that very, very mid-century term. I'm like the rare millennial to actually say stuff like putz and schmuck, which is a totally 1950s term.
And that your penis does not have to dictate all that you do in your life.
And they weren't saying that. Stoeker and Arturburn were not saying that penis like dictates all you do in life. They're saying take control of your penis, essentially, in a way. You know, with the amount of, I don't even get why exactly that these three have to do the amount of dishonesty and uncharitability that they are doing right here. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I expect this amount of uncharitability and the like from an anti-theist who would be responding to a Christian anti-porn person or a Christian like at all. I do not ever expect this high amount of uncharitability from one Christian to another Christian. It's just magnitudes unfounded for me, quite honestly. The only thing that makes sense to me, like I said a little bit earlier, as to why they would be uncharitable, is that they are like trying so freaking hard to try and market their own programs to get people to pay them, like Andy Bauman with his program, so hard to get to market out Andy Bauman's seminars, get people to like go to his seminars, pay for his seminars, and so forth. And how do they do that? They're trying to knock Stoeker and Arturburn completely out of the competition as far as anti-porn Christian seminars go. Excuse me.
I just find it amazing, given the prevalence of date rape among teen couples, that they could use examples like that and never mention date rape. They never talk about how to identify when something is coercive or not, when you might be coercing your girlfriend. They never talk about what she may be experiencing.
They didn't use the actual term date rape, even though that they already said that these particular practices and whatnot are wrong. The fact that they did not say the word date rape, the term date rape, makes me actually dislike their book even more.
They never talk about any trauma she may have. They're simply framing it as, you don't want to get into sexual sin.
When Sheila,
why do you think that they were even including the three women's testimonies at the end of the book? So as to be a representation of the trauma and whatnot that can be experienced by women if a man is like just a complete uncontrolled sexual monster.
when was this published?
I think it was like 2004, 2006.
Okay.
But again, still being used today in Christian schools.
And not meaningfully like renounced in any way. Like
No.
that's, I think, because I do.
Just like your podcast is not meaningfully renounced until now. But then again, I'm a small fry by comparison to a lot of these Christian theologian talking heads. So I don't even know of how broadly that my word will reach out, that my opinion and response of this podcast will reach out. Even if I was to like make the most pizzazz, enticing highlight reel, I do not know of how much reach I would have.
I want to grant, this is egregious, obviously, all these quotes that we're talking about. But
One
I
second.
do want to grant, and not meaningfully like renounced in any way. Like
No.
that's, I think, because I do want to grant this is egregious, obviously, all these quotes that we're talking about. But I do want to grant that the cultural conversation around things like date rape and sexual violence and sexual assault has changed drastically over the past,
Me too.
7 years. Yeah, since the Me Too movement and past 10 years.
Giving praise to Me Too. We have got, yep, we have definitely gone full feminist here, people. Despite of how that Me Too caused a slight overcorrection of how it's a believe all women no matter what. Yeah, no, Me Too was a net positive for all of society, apparently, in his point of view.
Years and the past 20 years, we've shifted, I think, in a much healthier direction in the way that we think about sexual violence and women's dignity and sexual abuse and things like that. But
okay, the fact that if this podcast at least tried its best to stray away from the feminist buzzwords, this podcast might actually give me less of a sense of partisanship. But the fact that they do keep on using those those buzzwords gives me more of an even bad impression. Like, I make no secret about myself, honestly. I am like pretty solidly on the right. I'm a libertarian and so forth. But I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I do not know if the meaning of this podcast, if their intention was to be all like, we're nonpartisan, we're non-political, we're not trying to alienate any person of any like political side. We're just trying to come to a supposed non-partisan perspective as to say how Arturburn and Stoeker are wrong. I don't know if that's actually their intent, but if it was their intent, then they are absolutely failing by consistently using these feminist buzzwords unironically. Zachary Colley says, has she ever heard of the concept of things being implied? Apparently implication is not enough for her. I mean, okay. To be fair, there are some times of where that an implication is not enough. Sometimes I do want to ask a person, are you saying what I think that you're implying and so forth? But I would not go so far to say that just because the person is trying to imply something, that means that they're actually working in favor for the opposite of what they're implying. Oh, that did not age well when he mentioned the Me Too movement. Yep, feminazis believe all women. Yep.
These kind of books are just kind of still out there making money. The publishers are never going to do anything about it. They're actually kind of not allowed to. So it's incumbent upon authors, it seems to me, who, by the way, still collect royalty checks for this. And this is, say what you will about Joshua Harris.
Honestly, to give a little bit of a throw a bone to these guys, I don't even think that the book is like that great. I mean, the book, Every Young Man's Battle, it gives some solutions as to how that you could get in control of your sexual lust. And that is like, just don't look at anything that arouses you like at all. They use the term do not feed the sumo. They're trying to say that because you have like looked at all the sexual imagery throughout all your life, you're like in a sumo wrestling match. And because of that, you've like fed the sumo because of how much that you've like looked at stuff that makes you lust, makes you aroused. Therefore, you're feeding the sumo. And so because your sumo is so big, whenever you like get even slightly down the path of like arousal or whatever on any given day, because your sumo is so big, it becomes harder to resist the urge of just wanting to masturbate. And so what's the fix? To try and prevent masturbation, at least, which in a kind of a personal opinion kind of a way, masturbation is like the worst kind of feeding into your lust that can, or it's not the worst, but it's a worse way of feeding into your lust than just mere looking. But mere looking can feed into your uncontrollable, like, oh, I gotta get this out of my system urge to just, beat one off. But regardless, there was that one thing that they prescribe as a way to help. And there might have been a few other things too that I'm not able to remember exactly off the top of my head. And there was some things that I disagree with Arturburn and Stoeker on. But I don't think that Every Young Man's Battle is a complete net negative. At least not as big as what these three third wave feminists are trying to say. Anyways.
But one thing that he did do is
he's talking about a guy named Joshua Harris, by the way. I just realized that my pause was a bit too long.
Listened and heard from people who found a lot of the ideas in his book harmful, and he took the step of going to the publisher and saying, you know what, can we just not do this anymore? And he is not collecting royalty checks on I Kiss Dating Goodbye, which is a very different conversation from the one we're having.
Well, here's the thing. You need to actually go to Stoeker and Arturburn, like, in person, and, like, I don't know, maybe have a debate with them or something to try and convince them that maybe they should pull it down. I mean, that is if I was to fully agree with these three on their narrative of Every Young Man's Battle. But I don't, ultimately.
But I do respect him for that.
Yeah, I do too. And I asked for several of my books. Like, I understand. I wrote stuff in 2003, 2004 that I regret, and I took it out of print. You know, I asked the publisher to take it out of print. So, like, I get that. I get that it wasn't perfect. The problem I'm having is that people are still using this. And Steve Arturburn has never apologized for this.
Yeah.
What is there to apologize for? Oh my gosh. She's trying to act like that there was... Now she's full mask off, trying to say that Stephen Arturburn is like some malicious, evil actor or something that needs to apologize for something. There's a difference of opinion of theology, a difference of belief on that front. Is he really supposed to apologize? Oh, I'm sorry for disagreeing with you, Sheila Wray Gregoire. I'm going to take down my book now because you are right and your opinion matters more than any other anti-porn activist. Aside from maybe Andrew Bauman.
And even if you look at his website today, if you look at the way he talks about this today, it is still not about respecting women. It is not about dignity of women. It is simply about, if you sin sexually, you have sinned against your own purity.
That's not wrong.
She seems irrelevant. He has a page on his website about bouncing your eyes where he talks about how you need to make a list of your enemies, and included in that is female joggers. So he calls female joggers his enemy.
What? Are you really trying to take that in a literal sense? Oh, yeah. As president of all of manhood, everybody, I hereby declare war against all female joggers. We should round them up at gunpoint and throw them in jail and maybe even give them the bullet. No, this is stupid. It's a metaphor, Sheila, to try and say that anything that causes you to lust is your enemy as far as your walk with Christ goes. It's not to say that the person himself, a female jogger, is your enemy or something, political or physically or otherwise. No, it's just trying to say that these are the things that you should avoid. God. Mr. Merchant says, every young man's battle is the battle against the state. Yeah. Precisely, Mr. Merchant, although how much you want to think that they actually agree with that, or you doubt that?
So dehumanizing.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay. Wow, talk about a big fat miscontextualizing. And quite frankly, this is like an intentional taking out of context. I don't even know why I'm finding this more funny than enraging. I mean, it really is enraging. The way that they are trying to say that, oh, female jogger is your enemy. Oh, that must mean that they are like literally wanting to go to war against female joggers, want to kill them all and stuff like that. Like, when that couldn't be further from the truth.
Okay, so Andrew, we're going to get into something that you love, which is what is the root out of this? What does every young man's battle say is actually the way out of sexual sin? Because this is what you love. This is what you do, is like, how do we get healing? So, hey, maybe they'll do this right. Yeah. Okay. So basically their way to overcome lust is effort, effort, effort.
Yes.
Okay. Even Zach Ragnar seems to have actually agree with that.
Everything is about effort and have you met the right standards?
It's a very, very small percentage of the population that will have any sustained success with kind of effort and behavior modification approaches to this.
And Stoeker and Arturburn did not say anything different. They said that it was going to be a difficult journey, and it might not be that you always, for the rest of your life, always abstain from masturbation. It might end up that you do it like once every 3 months or something like that. I think I remember reading something like that in the book of where that it might be a rare case, but whatever. It's late, so I'll just crash, says Zach Colley. All right, have a good night, Zach. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try and finish this regardless, because we just got 18 more minutes, and really I do not know if I find it worth to do another live stream of. Maybe I'll just like go ahead and like download this whole live stream and make a compilation edit or something.
And even if you do, it's usually because of a kind of medicated, continued unhealthy relationship to sex with a spouse, where you've just kind of transferred your dehumanization away from kind of lust and pornography onto your partner.
Yep.
Or
What?
just a kind of internalized self-hatred of all sorts of things.
Is the guy trying to imply that having sex with it? Oh man. Is Zach Wagner really trying to imply that having sex with your spouse is a kind of dehumanizing way of going about things? I already read the verses a lot earlier in the live stream, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I don't know. You know what? I'm going to like rewind this a few seconds, and then I'm going to like set things up so I can like take another pee break. All right. Kind of
no.
personality, even if they're like meaning it as a joke or something. I still got a question, like, especially if they're a person to say that supposed joke so many times throughout the day in conversation with people. It's, you gotta wonder about the guy, like, how much of a douche is this person really?
Right. Yeah. No, I've always liked kids. I always expected to have kids. And then when my grandchildren were born, it became even more like, just get all the kids here. We'll play Legos, and you adults can go do adult stuff. We're gonna play Legos and shoot each other with Nerf guns and have fun.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I can't wait till when my little niece gets old enough. She's just 2 years old right now. Can't wait till when she gets old enough to where that we can do like more stuff. She gets around a lot, like quite a lot.
Oh, sure.
Loves exploring. Her mom, my sister, practically encourages that sort of stuff, and it's just the sweetest thing ever. Of course, you gotta keep a very close eye on her.
Yeah, keep an eye on them. But yeah, let them explore. Let them. We were talking about this last night. You got to let kids have the ability to hurt themselves. Not major. You don't want them like jumping out in front of traffic or anything, but let them climb a little bit. Let them explore a little bit. You keep an eye on them, and if they get a boo-boo, you put a Band-Aid on it and get on with their lives. It's good for kids.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah.
thing about the main niece that I am talking about too, is that her mom will let her like just climb jungle gyms that are like too big for her age, to be quite frank.
Sure.
But, to be quite frank, what am I doing talking about being frank? I mean, you're frank.
I'm frank, indeed.
I don't want to be you. Or wait, no, maybe I do. Maybe I want to have that deep, buttery voice and that high amount of charisma, but I don't know. But no, yeah, maybe it's like too big for her own good, but still, she goes climbing on them and really loves the challenges and whatnot. And on top of that, her own dad, my brother-in-law, is like a big time American outdoorsman. So I can definitely see a little adventurer, a big time adventurer in the making with my niece.
Oh, little but she is a daredevil. And when she was little, and I'm talking like a year old.
All right. The reason why I do that is because I don't want to have it to where that there's like a long pause in my piss breaks to where that it's nothing but an empty chair. I don't want to end up pulling a Hassan Piker. Although at the same time, I wouldn't be quite pulling a Hassan Piker because I would not leave whatever I'm reacting to just left playing while I do my business. It'd be, in a way, it'd be kind of even worse than Hassan Piker because it'd just be dead silence. But anyway, Mr. Merchant says in live chat, I don't know, I just got back from an event, so I didn't get the full live stream for the full context, but I highly doubt both the live stream and the author cares about it and instead focus on this. Yeah. Anti-porn beliefs. I mean, it really is a young man's battle. It's like everybody's battle, frankly. But regardless, a person can focus their activism or their goal in life to being like an anti-porn and trying to get people away from porn or all other kinds of sexual immorality without having to always go against the state. But I don't know. Anyway, I rambled enough.
That will have any sustained success with kind of effort and behavior modification approaches to this.
I'm going to rewind again so I can get the fuller statement of Wagner.
Out of sexual sin, because this is what you love, this is what you do, is like, how do we get healing? So hey, maybe they'll do this.
So dehumanizing.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, so Andrew, we're going to get into something that you love, which is, what is the root out of this? What does every young man's battle say is actually the way out of sexual sin? Because this is what you love, this is what you do, is like, how do we get healing? So hey, maybe they'll do this right. Yeah. Okay. So basically their way to overcome lust is effort, effort, effort.
Yes.
Everything is about effort and have you met the right standards?
It's a very, very small percentage.
Wait, she says Andrew. I thought Andrew was the guy with was the black guy, not the white guy. Am I getting them mixed up, Andrew Bauman and Zachary Wagner? I could have sworn that earlier that Sheila referred to Andrew and then the black guy started talking as if that guy was Andrew and not Zachary. I don't know. Let me look this up. Maybe she's just referring to Andrew as in eventually give him some time to respond. But for right now, she's just wanting freaking okay, yeah, no. Zachary Wagner is the white guy, so for some reason, when she was like referring to wait, what? The Holy Man, Andrew J. Bauman. Wait, what? Neither of them are. Looks like neither of them are black. I don't know. One of them has some kind of accent that makes me think that it's kind of like of how that everybody goes thinking that and mistaking that Rational Outlaw is a black guy, even though that he says that he's not. I don't know. But I thought the guy with the black guy's voice was Andrew, and Zachary Wagner was the other guy. I don't know.
Percentage of the population that will have any sustained success with kind of effort and behavior modification approaches to this. And even if you do, it's usually because of a kind of medicated, continued unhealthy relationship to sex with a spouse, where you've just kind of transferred your dehumanization away from kind of lust and pornography onto your partner, or just a kind of internalized self-hatred of all sorts of things, and that doesn't actually get underneath the lust and the habits and the unhealthy ways of acting out. Because there is always going to be a story of some guy. I'm sorry, I feel like I kind of interjected, and I know you're talking to Andrew, like, because this is just from my story. There's all.
Oh, I know you're talking about Andrew. Okay, so I wasn't getting the voices mixed up. So apparently Sheila did want to get Andrew's case, but Zachary decided to jump in first instead. So that's what I'm getting from this anyways.
Always some testimony in church of some guy who's like, I got the accountability partners, I got my my software on my computer, and I memorized those verses, and like, darn it, I haven't masturbated in a decade. And everyone's like, wow, it can happen for us too. And but the thing is, you know, so many men, and I would have put my younger self in this category, and that's kind of why I'm interjecting here, who get all of
interjecting. Yeah, I wasn't confusing the voices. Unfortunately, I was confusing the race of the two men, but it's whatever. It's whatever, in my opinion. People can screech the racisms all they want, but it's just race baiting is all it is. If people want to screech that.
This messaging and believe that it's possible because they've heard the stories that it's possible, but without doing the kind of deeper, harder soul work, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is the deeper stuff is gone. Okay, Andrew, I'm going to read you the the 4 things that they say will help you defeat lust, okay? Number 1, make a strong decision to not stop short of God's standards.
Woo.
Number 2, join an accountability group that allows for the honest expression of feelings.
Okay, that's another thing. I can't remember how much earlier in the podcast it was, but there was one point of where that these 3 were going on about how that the book does not address how men need like a community, need other people in their lives, need healthy relationships. But the fact that they go reading off that one part that reminds me, frankly, too, of what all their solutions were, Stoeker and Arturburn, I mean, aside from defeating the sumo, and that is get an accountability group, just proves their own earlier word even more. That Stoeker and Arturburn were, in fact, saying, yeah, man needs community. That's part of the solution to help get out of your porn addiction or whatever.
Number 3, continue an active.
What was it with the chuckle? What? Accountability. What? Oh my gosh, these hacks. I'm getting so fucking sick and tired of them. Saying one thing that Stoeker and Arturburn are not doing the thing, and then when they are shown to do the thing, they then therefore laugh at that thing, them proposing that thing that they earlier said that they ought to propose but aren't proposing. Oh, fuck this shit. I'm not even drunk, folks. I'm just worked up as all get out.
Ongoing relationship with God that involves worship and prayer.
This is water, not whiskey, just for the record.
And number 4, become aware of how various media like magazines, cable TV, videos, internet, and catalogs affect your sex drive.
Great.
That's it.
It didn't work for me.
Okay. And quite frankly, honestly, I do not think that it would be I don't think Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to say that it is like an absolute perfect and faultless way of doing things, and that's 110% foolproof. Every single man who or young man who reads our book is going to succeed in this or whatever. No, they're just given solutions like in general, and the effectiveness rate is just going to be different from man to man, obviously. And honestly, I do not think that all the solutions that Stoeker and Arturburn are in fact the surefire way for me to like completely get rid of whatever porn affinity or masturbation I might do.
It's great. Like, we can white knuckle it for a little while, right?
Yes,
like,
just a little while.
I remember all the things I would do for my 13-year addiction to pornography, and all the guilt and the prayers and it's like it didn't work, right? Accountability group where we'd literally just walk into the church, we'd confess that we masturbated and relapsed. We'd all say, "Yeah, oh, sorry, dude, you're awesome," still. And then we created this thing called the jackpot. If you masturbated, you had to put $5 in the church ceiling. It's like it's just
The jackpot. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Sorry, that took me a second.
That's actually a funny pun right there, but lewdness right there, folks. Why are you being so descriptive right now? Jacking off, jackpot. Why are you being so lewd, you feminist Bear Marriage podcast? Why? That's a no on you. No, I'm not these hacks.
Yeah, right. Like it didn't work, and yet there's a beauty there, right? We're trying. Our hearts are good. We're in a sense trying to defeat this with the tools that were given to us.
Okay, but hold on a second. I want to get to because this is one of the reasons that I wept when I read the book, is because that's the whole point. Your hearts are good.
Exactly.
These boys are desperately trying to stop.
Exactly.
They want.
Oh my gosh, what is she trying to? Oh, what the fuck? I mean, yeah, just because that you like lust and you know like given to porn doesn't make you automatically some evil villain or monster. I mean, if you do any of the sexual assault or anything else like that, yeah, that's wrong. But this is not supposed to be an automatic condemnation. You are a terrible person and should be shunned from society. How dare you look at any porn or whatever? What are you trying to say, Sheila? Are you trying to say that because they do lust, because they do look at porn, therefore they are a bunch of evil, monstrous villains? Let's rewind it again. Just 15 seconds.
To defeat this with the tools that were given to us.
Okay, but hold on a second. I want to get to because this is one of the reasons that I wept when I read the book, is because that's the whole point. Your hearts are good.
Exactly.
These boys are desperately trying to stop.
Exactly.
They want to stop, and this is
Why
what they're
the
given. They're
mockery?
not given the tools. All they're given is guilt and shame.
Yep.
What? You say at one point the writers are all like, "You are good. Your hearts are good," and the next second you're saying that the book is trying to give guilt and shame. What? I don't know. I guess in theory that I don't know. Which is it? Actually, no. Yeah, no. Which is it, Sheila? I don't think that's the intent. They might be inadvertently giving a bunch of guilt and shame. I mean, I don't think. I think it's quite honestly not unfounded that some people, like at most cases, actually feel guilt and shame whenever they like give in and masturbate, especially if you're a Christian. But that's not like Stoeker and Arturburn are trying. They at no point in this book went around and was saying you're a heretic and should be flogged behind the woodshed.
Bingo. Which doesn't change us at all. It only leads us further into addiction, because
Wait, what does?
we're in a sense trying to defeat this with the tools that were given to us.
Okay, but hold on a second. I want to get to because this is one of the reasons that I wept when I read the book, is because that's the whole point. Your hearts are good.
Exactly.
These boys are desperately trying to stop.
Exactly.
They want to stop, and this is what they're given. They're not given the tools. All they're given is guilt and shame.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bingo. Which doesn't change us at all. It only leads us further into addiction, because we're still looking to numb that pain. So we have to get
Again, I don't think that's every young man's battle's fault that happens. I mean, if really just the description of, if merely just the word of orgasm or big boobs just causes you like next moment to want to go and fap, which might be a very rare case right there, at least in my opinion anyways. That's a very large weakness right there of giving into lust.
Get to the pain behind the porn, behind the action.
Which I don't even think that's really the case, at least for the most part, for everybody who has read Every Young Man's Battle. At least that's not the case for me. Just these mere descriptions or whatever. None of them really made me do it.
Mhm.
What is acting out here? What is being eroticized? Why, why are you drawn to this type of porn? Well, it says something about your story. It says something about your woundedness. So will you be curious rather than judgmental about what you're drawn to? Because you are acting out something deeper. You are acting out a deeper trauma.
Yeah. And how have you used porn to soothe yourself so that you don't have to deal with some of those other things?
I mean, I guess Stoeker and Arturburn could have just went into a very deep dive into all the plausible reasons as to why that a man goes to porn and masturbating to it, as opposed to resisting that sort of stuff. They could be mentioning of how that this guy's dad. He's like estranged with him, or he's got mommy issues, or nobody wants to be his friend, yada yada yada. But that would have made the book like hundreds of pages longer in that case, or maybe not hundreds, but upwards of almost 100. The book was not about that. The book was not trying to tackle like a man's daddy or mommy issues, or the fact that they are like alone in life. It's tackling like one issue at a time. And the one issue that it is trying to tackle is the idea of looking at porn and like other sorts of sexual imagery. A book cannot address every little thing and every single facet of when it comes at whatever pertains to this. Like I said, that the book does not like tell me enough. It does not advise or prescribe enough as far as what is helpful to me personally. But that doesn't mean that I am saying that it is automatically wrong or it's an evil book or whatever.
And it's like, until you deal with other things, you're not going to be able to defeat this. But then as they are telling boys, and they have like this zero tolerance policy, like you can't even look at girls. You have to act like a dweeb in front of the girls you're attracted to, so they won't.
Okay, fair enough. That I'm going to rewind one more time. Although I really do not like the tone of her voice and what I'm just imagining the look on her face. Like, this is just a terrible picture of her. Can she smile without showing her teeth? I'm just wondering. Like, I'm not, and I'm saying as somebody who is not very good with teeth smiles myself. Like, can she just do the same as I do when it comes to smiling for the camera? Like, this is just not a flattering picture. Like, I don't know. I'm getting too distracted. But I don't like the tone that she's saying it, but it seems that she's getting onto something that I might more agree with.
To deal with some of those other things. And it's like, until you deal with other things, you're not going to be able to defeat this. But then as they are telling boys, and they have like this zero tolerance policy, like you can't even look at girls. You have to act like a dweeb in front of the girls you're attracted to, so they won't pay any attention to you. I'm not kidding. They actually say that. They tell you to act like a dweeb.
Well, no. Yes and no. They don't actually use the word dweeb and say you have to act like a dweeb. I mean, that is I think it is like the most not completely off base summation of how that she's trying to describe what Stoeker and Arturburn are like at describing right here. But at the same time, they don't use the word dweeb regardless. But the idea, I do remember reading the book, and Stoeker and Arturburn, they both did say, or at least the book just in general said, you should not be looking at any image that causes you to be aroused. The book also mentioned that it's going to be different from man to man. Like, if you as a man are not aroused at all by the skinniest rail of a woman, I mean, this is kind of a bit of a self-insertion right here, but if you're absolutely not aroused at all by some skinny rail of a white girl, no matter how much of a midriff or how scant of a shorts that she's wearing, then that might not be your Achilles heel, and you might not have to divert your eyes away from that. But if it's like humongous butts or boobs or whatever is the thing that gets you, with an accompanying like a dipped in waist, then stray away from that. They said that it's a different case by case basis, but generally speaking, they said whatever causes you to be aroused, to lust, whatever it might be, stray away from looking at it. So in my case specifically, I would have to be like looking away from black girls, let's say, or even the curvier white girls. Let's just say as much. Maybe not even looking at their face, which that is just completely impossible, and I'm not going to completely do that. I mean, especially not staring away from the face, even if the woman's like face is like really drop dead gorgeous in my point of view. I'm not going to like completely stray away, as Stoeker and Arturburn's advice would kind of imply as an advice to me personally. But regardless, what I'm trying to say here is that, yeah, I kind of do disagree with the whole idea that Stoeker and Arturburn go saying absolutely all of it, push it completely out of your life, be practically an Amish man when it comes to looking at anything of the opposite sex that you find beautiful. I disagree with that, and it's just a completely impossible standard. So congrats, Sheila, you got me to agree with you on something.
They tell you that you're not allowed to ever look at anything that makes you think about something sexually. So you should not watch TV.
But at the same time, even though that is like a bad piece of advice on Stoeker and Arturburn, I do not think that them two are evil for the advice that they give there, like Sheila is trying to portray them as.
At all, and because you don't want any sexual thoughts, and yet this entire book is giving guys sexual thoughts. Like they open the book talking about pouring ice on a guy's belly so his orgasm is more intense, and then they tell you that you're not supposed to do or read anything that might give you sexual thoughts. Like like this is crazy. Okay. And then they make boys feel guilty for normal things. Let me read you this. When you see a hot movie scene, is there a twitch below your belt? What are you thinking when you're on the beach and suddenly focus on a jaw-dropping beauty in a thong bikini walking past you?
So I just want.
Wait, what? Is she trying to say that those things are totally okay? Watching the sex scene from an R-rated movie, or completely gawking at the woman who's like in a two-piece bikini on the beach? Is she actually what? I mean, that general idea I don't think is bad on Arturburn or Stoker's part. I mean, if it really does, if that is like the pinnacle of your, okay. I know I just earlier said that I agree with Sheila that it is impossible for a man to completely stray their eyes away from whatever person that they find absolutely beautiful. In the same way, most likely goes for women and them trying to divert their eyes away from whatever man that they find handsome or whatever. But regardless, I think that it is a generally good idea that you don't just completely stare at whoever that you find to be the absolute pinnacle of beauty, or especially the most immodest and pinnacle of beauty. Like, in my case, for example, bringing up myself again, for example, if there's like some radical bombshell curvy lady that goes wearing the most loose and big and flowing, completely modest of clothing, there's still a possibility that some of it might, depending on how curvy she is, she might still be somewhat accentuated because her curves are just that radical. Anyways, I mean, I'm not going to completely stray away from that as Arturburn and Stoeker would be advising, but I would be trying my best to stray my eyes away from a woman who's of that shape and is in a two-piece bikini or anything else similar like that. Or at least I should anyways. I don't think that that's a bad piece of advice, and yet Sheila is like acting like that it is suddenly. Like I don't know. Maybe I was working under the wrong assumption that these, actually no, I was about to say that these three are anti-porn, but at the same time, Andrew Bauman was talking a little bit earlier about having some kind of anti-lust, anti-porn like seminar kind of thing. But I don't know. Their beliefs, this is the point of where that their beliefs, what their real true beliefs are, is getting confusing for me. I'm going to rewind it a bit.
Guilty for normal things. Let me read you this. When you see a hot movie scene, is there a twitch below your belt? What are you thinking when you're on the beach and suddenly focus on a jaw-dropping beauty in a thong bikini walking past you?
So I just want to share, years after maybe a decade after my addiction had stopped, married, and a beautiful woman, we're in Vancouver, Canada, beautiful woman walks by, catches my eye. I look up and I go, wow, she is beautiful, to my wife out loud. And my wife looks up and she goes, wow, she really is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was it, right? Conversation done.
Yep.
Why did that act like that? Well, I noticed the beautiful woman. My wife knew I wasn't going to go to the bathroom, fantasize, masturbate. Like, she knew I wasn't going to devour her. All I did was I noticed a woman, a beautiful woman. I acknowledged beauty when I saw it. My wife, wow, she really is. And that was it.
Don't make me actually sympathize with you on a point, Andy. I mean, you said a lot of wrong, like objectively wrong things throughout this podcast, but this, like, I don't know. I probably get a little bit too rambly explaining as to how that I am not totally against this kind of attitude, but I'm just going to continue on. I just got to say that I'm not in a full disagreement with what Andy's saying here.
Conversation over, because I was going to honor the beauty that I saw. I wasn't going to devour it. My wife trusted me that I wasn't going to go devour it, right? Like, you can't just guard yourself from anything that you find beautiful or arousing. Like, that's not going to work, bouncing your eyes forever, because then it's just another form of dehumanization and objectification.
What? Oh, man. Oh. No, it's not. How is it even? To be trying to stray your eyes away? Oh, I don't know. I guess there is the perspective that, because you had the lust at all, just because you don't go looking at the thing that you lust after doesn't mean that you don't have the lust there that makes you objectifying. And these people are working under the assumption that because you lust, therefore that's automatically an objectification. That's automatically a dehumanization. You looking at the person as property or whatever. So, of course, they're working under that belief. So, in which I completely disagree with it. And honestly, Arturburn and Stoeker, I guess, kind of shot themselves in the foot at one point in this book of where that they were all like, yeah. It's kind of objectifying to be looking at a woman with physically with lust at whatever one point that I cannot remember exactly where they said it in the book. But regardless, I'm of the disagreeing opinion that just because you like have some kind of lust or whatever, whether you look or not at the source of your lust, that doesn't mean automatically that it is a objectification, a dehumanization, or viewing of that woman as property or whatever. Or viewing of that man as property if you are a woman.
Yeah, and if I could add to the kind of this conversation about...
Okay, Mr. Merchant says, isn't it also young women's battle too, or is it just for men? It is women's battle to try and resist porn and lust and so on and so forth. But I think Stoeker and Arturburn are kind of working under the assumption that we'll just let the female anti-porn activists write a book for women, whereas we're going to write our book specifically for men. So,
I think we so badly crave in the church sometimes these like 5-step approaches or 5-step plans out of shame and sin and whatever compulsive or addictive behavior we might be struggling with. But so often it just amounts to a type of work salvation, it seems to me. Like, something I say is that kind of in this...
Okay. A work salvation. You know what? I'm going to finish his point, but I think I know what I'm about to be listening to right here and what I'm going to want to say in response.
Every man's battle world Jesus isn't your salvation. Marriage is salvation. Like sex is
Mhm.
salvation.
Mm-hmm.
That was okay. I'm just gonna. Excuse me. Sorry, I haven't eaten since noontime, and it's 10:30 p.m. right now, and I'm just kind of hungry, and I'm snacking on chips right now. So I'm just gonna grant the benefit of the doubt that Zachary Wagner right there misspoke. Maybe he wasn't trying to say it, but he was essentially saying, in his words at least, maybe not the intent that he was having in his mind, but in his words, that Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to say that sex is your salvation. That's a huge misnomer, misspeak on his part. I think what he actually meant to say was that sex inside your marriage is your salvation. Or maybe not necessarily your salvation, but keeping your sex inside your marriage is your salvation. But anyway.
And this marriage and sex in marriage is going to save you from your loneliness, from your sexual sin, from just sin in general. Like male kind of sin is
well, there is a little bit of a point to be made about how if you dive into one sin, you might just be on a rolling God, what's the you might be on a rolling slippery slope into multiple different other kinds of sins. I mean, I know that you three disagree with this, but I think that the point that Stoeker and Arturburn are trying to get at right here is that they're trying to help young men resist their sexual urges, resist looking at porn and whatnot, because they are trying to prevent them from going down the slippery slope of eventually having promiscuous sex outside of marriage, and maybe even committing sexual assault or rape or anything else like that. They're trying to say, get control of yourself in these smaller ways so that you do not commit the bigger, more physically harmful to other people kind of sins, sexual sins.
Reduced to this sexual framework, and marriage is how you become free from sin in this. But then the way you get there is like marriage is salvation, and salvation is by works.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now because Wagner is taking a while. Say it right now before we get too far ahead. So I do agree that it seems to be a salvation by works kind of approach to things for Arturburn and Stoeker to be saying, or I can at least understand how a person would get the misconception that maybe that's what they were trying to say, or maybe that was actually what Stoeker and Arturburn were trying to say, and I'm just not reading deep enough into it. But Stoeker and Arturburn saying, bounce your eyes around, do not look at the women, so as to avoid sexual sin, lust, etc. Salvation by works, calling that a salvation by works kind of approach to things. I can understand how that would be, and maybe in a way it kind of is. But I do not think that Stoeker and Arturburn were trying to say, you are damned for all eternity if you ever commit sexual sin, so therefore bounce your eyes to prevent that from ever happening again in your life, and that's how that you're going to get into heaven. I do not think that's what they were trying to say. I think what they were trying to say is for you to have a healthy physical life, you should bounce your eyes or whatever. They weren't trying to. Yes, they are saying that lust is a sin and masturbating in your lust is a sin as well, etc. But at the same time, they aren't trying to say that that is the one end all be all to cause your damnation. That if you just fap off to one single woman, guaranteed damnation. Don't care how much you accept Jesus Christ as your savior, you're going to hell now. Guaranteed. No, I don't think that's what they were trying to say.
Yep.
So you follow the rules and you white knuckle it and you try your best to earn that salvation, to attain to.
Again, no, refer to what I just said a second ago.
A kind of pure, I mean, the opening of the book, as you read, I want you to have your best chance of a fulfilling sex life in marriage.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily a, do this and you'll be saved kind of approach to things. It's more like a, do this and you'll have a healthy earthly life as well. A healthy and Christ-like earthly life as well.
Mm-hmm.
You try to attain to that, but the law kills, but the spirit gives life.
Yep. Exactly. You know, Jonathan Pokluda, a megachurch pastor out of Texas, when he writes about porn, one of his ways of recovery from porn is to aim to get married quickly.
Yep. I mean, what you're talking about, the idolatry.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I got kind of a bit of that belief myself, I guess, just a little bit, but or at least I did like a few years ago. I just need to get a girlfriend and eventually get married so as to maybe stave off my any kind of porn affinity that I might have. But the thing is, that's not entirely true. And even in the book, Stoeker and Arturburn explicitly say that marriage is not the automatic fix to your porn addiction.
Also doesn't work, by the way.
The idolatry
And Stoeker and Arturburn said so.
of marriage, right? Or the idolatry of sex. That's all that is.
Back with the uncharitabilities right here. You guys are doing so good. I was still kind of disagreeing, but at least it did not come off as completely uncharitable and dishonest. But now you're back into being a whole bunch of assholes about this issue. Come on. Why?
This idolatry that this is going to save us. This is going to be our God, right? So we move from, porn being our God to then our wife being our God, or sex being our God.
No,
Not your wife.
No. Not true. I did not get any indication at all when I read this from Stoeker and Arturburn, and you can piss off with that narrative.
Wife's body. It's not even your wife. It's just
just the parts.
But I think it's amazing that like they are making boys feel guilty for normal attraction instead of saying, hey, noticing a girl is pretty does not mean that you have lusted. Let's talk about the difference between noticing beauty and devouring beauty. I love that, Andrew. Then they asked this.
Honestly, I can't remember who it was exactly in my personal life right now who said this. What am I trying to say? Not that I would like reveal their name right here, regardless. But there was somebody in my personal life. I think it was actually on a Facebook post of mine, of where that they were trying to like explain that. I can't even remember what it was right now. That there was a slight difference between lusting and finding attraction. I don't know. It's not relevant, and I'll have to just go look back at the Facebook post and the conversation underneath that Facebook post to like just remind myself for my own sake. It's not really relevant right now. I just found a Facebook meme that I found kind of funny, but anyway.
This question: is your relationship with God as gratifying as her breasts on Friday nights? Because if your relationship with God is not as gratifying as her breasts, then you'll never get victory.
Okay. Was she reading an excerpt? Let me rewind again.
Love that, Andrew. Then they asked this question: is your relationship with God as gratifying as her breasts on Friday nights? Because if your relationship with God is not as gratifying as her breasts, then you'll never get victory.
Okay, the first half of that statement read like as if they were implying that your gratification that you get from a relationship with God should get you more fulfilled than the bosom of your wife or whatever. But the second half there almost, I reading word for word of what she said there, I will grant the benefit of the doubt that the mere words right there on the surface came across as if they were saying that you should get as much gratification from a relationship with God as with the breasts of your wife. Not to say that it's always going to pan out like that. Like maybe somewhere deep down in a very subconscious level in your heart and your stomach and everything else, you will like get more gratification out of boobs and sex in general than a relationship with God, or at least as much of such. But regardless, I don't know. Somebody would have to like really dig deep and meditate on that on their own time to try and figure that out with himself. I should not be looking at notifications right now.
Wow. Huh.
Like,
I'm
can
at a
we all
loss.
agree that that causes a lot of shame?
Isn't this is like the "Take Me to Church" song? Like, are you guys familiar with that? I won't go into it, but it just reminds me of something that would be like in a bad pop song
Yeah.
about like, yeah, I'm like your body is like going to church. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I honestly do not know, and don't even really think that Stoeker and Arturburn were meaning to imply that, but it was definitely they definitely needed a proofreader on like some of the parts that they wrote in the book. Now, I do not know if them co-authoring with each other, co-writing with each other was enough proofreading. Probably needed like another guy.
Now, the one part where I think they were honestly trying to get this right, they just really missed the mark here too.
So she's kind of on the same page as me, it seems, that they were trying to get things right.
They had talked all about willpower,
Mm-hmm.
but then they talk about how we need authenticity and they're really confusing authenticity and integrity, and they're missing the entire point. They're missing the entire point.
What? I don't even think that's the case, like, at all. They're just trying to say that they can be both good things that can come hand in hand. I really do not think that they're trying to confuse them to be the same. Unless, again, she reads something to remind me that, yeah, that actually was the case.
Because they say, here's a quote: authenticity requires a different question, which could be stated like this: how holy can I be? That's not authenticity. That's acting with integrity is to act according to your beliefs, right? And according to your values. But authenticity is just being open and honest with people and not hiding things. That's not the same thing. And it's like they don't even understand how.
Can't you be like authentic and honest with yourself in the same way that you can with other people? Just like you can be unauthentic and dishonest with yourself and completely lying to yourself as well as you can with other people? I mean, can't both of those equally be done by a person, be it subconsciously or otherwise?
Authenticity and integrity both come in play in healing, but they get them completely mixed up. I don't think they even know the definitions.
Yeah, totally. And I would even argue,
again, being a bunch of condescending pricks.
Honesty is not the same thing as authenticity, right?
Yeah.
You can be honest without being authentic. You can be honest without being vulnerable, right? Authenticity comes with a form of vulnerability that you're no longer in control.
I wish you would actually give forth an example as to how that a person can be authentic without being, or can be honest without being authentic, but I'm not going to respond to something that he has not said because we're already taking too long. We've already taken too long as it is already. I just want to get this done with.
That you actually surrender your own power for the sake of relationship in the other. And I don't hear that at all.
No, and it's like they even say, like, how is it authentic to say when you're in her company, this girl that you find attractive, play the dweeb in order to avoid conversations with her? So, like, that's not authentic.
Yeah, be inauthentic to trick her, right?
Yeah.
It's the exact opposite of living authentically, because I truly believe God is truth, and the more we live in truth, the more we experience God. And I truly think when we live authentically, we actually defeat the need for using porn, right? Because if I'm authentic when I'm using porn, then I'm going to say, oh, wait, I'm actually contributing to sex trafficking. I'm actually objectifying the image of God. I'm actually using this to hide from myself.
And they said that. Oh yeah, the human trafficking is done in the production of some porn, and if you watch a piece of porn that involved human trafficking, then you are like contributing to that. They admitted that, so don't act like that they did not.
Like if I tell myself the truth, then it's going to take away what porn is doing for me, right? If I live in truth in that moment. So when I'm actually in my addiction using, I want to lie to myself as much as I possibly can. I want to live in that fantasy world, because reality actually diffuses, what I'm doing.
So they really just have no clue. Like that. This is what I find so frustrating: is they've written all of these books about how to win the battle, and they have no clue how to actually win the battle. Like at one point, Steve Arturburn actually
Blah, 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 blah. You know what? You aren't exactly helping with the winning of that battle when you guys be a whole bunch of dishonest, uncharitable hacks. Like, honestly, I'm not going to even, like, defend the statement right there that Stoeker and Arturburn are not the knockout solution for winning that battle. I'm not. But at the same time, neither is Sheila, Andrew, or Zachary with their dishonest, like, hackery right here. Honestly, it's just derailing the conversation more than anything. It's frustrating the conversation as far as being against porn and trying to stave away from that, and and so on and so forth. Like, this is something that I want to be able to tackle, but the fact that you got people like this that just are all kinds of dishonest and uncharitable just makes the solution of the discussion a lot worse, for me anyways. And honestly, I think that anybody who actually pays attention to everything, the substance in this book, as well as the quote unquote substance in this podcast, would actually realize that as well. That it's just, the podcast is not any more helpful than the book Every Young Man's Battle, but in a different kind of way.
says in the book that he used to have a very objectifying way of looking at women, and now he doesn't. And the simple fact, I cannot see any evidence in any of his books that
Did
he
you
no
write
longer
this, bro?
objectifies women.
Like that's
I don't know. I guess with if she was to go along with the Stoeker and Arturburn's definition of objectifying, then sure. But I don't know. Me putting forth my own definition, I don't even think that it's that objectifying.
Like, did you or did you not write this book? Because it participates in the objectification of women.
Exactly. And I
Agree to disagree, dude.
guess if child abuse, what I find so interesting is if it is child abuse, and it is actually in the criminal code in Canada and probably in many states too, to introduce porn to young children. Like, that is a form of child abuse. And we know that introducing porn to young children can cause trauma and all kinds of issues, right?
And this is not an introduction to porn. This is an introduction to an ode and a warning of it, and also trying to introduce a solution. Maybe not a strong enough solution, but a solution nonetheless to that.
I fail to see how this book is not that.
And I fail to agree with your narrative of that.
With the salacious descriptions of pornography that are in it, with the salacious and titillating descriptions of women's bodies and what illegal activity.
Oh, big boobs exist. Oh, you introduced porn to this person.
These guys do as if it's normal. And I think that this book also sets boys up for a lifetime of shame and guilt, because it doesn't give them proper ways to defeat these things.
Right. I was looking over, knowing I was going into this interview, I was looking over the Amazon reviews, and just how many people are, loving this. Like, they don't even know they're drinking from poison.
Yep. And so
whatever.
I really appreciate you guys coming on, because the message that I want to give to people who are mentoring preteen and teen boys is that this book is not the way to go. This book will hurt people. And
you know what is hurting me is you guys' freaking hackery.
We need to get this out of print. We need to stop using it.
Wait, what is she suggesting? This is almost, now we're getting to some kind of cancel culture type of podcast here. Cancel Stephen Arturburn. Cancel Fred Stoeker. They should be canceled out of society. What are you trying to suggest? Are you trying to are you suggesting put forth laws to sort of, I don't know, like penalize the publishers, penalize Fred Stoeker and Stephen Arturburn themselves? just because that they go writing some lewd descriptions of women or whoever. This is madness. This is getting back into maddening territory again.
And I would argue, let's also create other materials. Let's continue, not
Yes.
just what you're
Yeah, let's create other materials that lies about other people's material. That is totally a solution, dude. Totally.
your listeners. Let's continue to give more resources and tools because people are desperately looking for alternatives to actually define what healthy sexuality is.
Yeah, exactly.
And even maybe the last thing I'll say is the whole thing is framed as this kind of inevitable battle. So one, the inevitability of it, we've talked about at length in this conversation, but also framing it as like a battle. And yeah, I know scripture talks about the battle against sin, but it also participates in this like hyper masculine trope where like everything about being a man is like trying to kill something. Where actually the kind of outward direction of kind of violence is not always the most helpful image to think about the deep, difficult work that goes into growing up and healing out of these types of brokenness. And the image sometimes is in scripture is that of crucifixion, which is agonizing, rather than just like I'm gonna go to war against the sinful powers out there trying to ruin my purity, rather than,
I mean, isn't it a form of crucifixion to be participating in the battle of not looking at and feeding into porn? I think they kind of, those two concepts that you mentioned are not necessarily exclusive of one another. I think they kind of can tie into each other, mutually speaking, dude.
the kind of torture and agony, but on the other side of it, resurrection and new life of digging into yourself and your story. Man, that's hard work, and that isn't gonna kind of sell out movie theaters like Braveheart, but I think death is the path to resurrection, and that is.
And they're trying to introduce and suggest the idea of death to your own practices of looking at whatever causes you to be aroused.
Not an exciting or a sexy message, but is truer to reality than I think the every man's battle narrative of kind of this macho go to war against lust.
Yes, there's no resurrection.
Oh, good Lord. It's like that they are just intentionally trying to like bash on every single aspect of masculinity with that line of dialogue right there. Let me just put it this way. What you're trying to describe right there as being macho and masculine, dude, is not a wrong type of masculinity. Quite honestly.
Without crucifixion.
Yep.
And if you want to get well, if you want to not use porn and objectify women, you must do the bloody work of crucifixion, dive into your own story, and actually like make peace with what's causing you to act out and to harm.
Yeah, amen. Well, thank you guys for being here with me. Andrew,
It's finally wrapping up. Less than 3 minutes, folks.
want to tell people where they can find you?
Yeah, check us out, www.christiancc.org.
I might have to just check it out just for the sake of checking out more response material to these hacks.
My blog, andrewjbauman.com.
And we will put links to that and your book, Sexually Healthy Man. Anything else any other books that you've got that are especially relevant for this?
Yeah, more recent one is How Not to Be an Ass, Becoming a Safe Man. So basically, men, if you're interested in breaking kind of some of these societal norms of masculinity and really blazing a new trail of how to be a kind and good man, that would be
Yeah.
Oh, brother, I am not going to. Sure, there are like some bad stereotypes of what is like envisioned to be a man. That the idea of like never crying. I mean, quite honestly. I have my moments of where I probably cry more often than, say, my dad would like me to. A whole lot more, just as an arbitrary example. But regardless, all the same, I am not taking any of your advice on how to be a healthy man, dude. With what dishonesty and uncharitability that you just displayed during this whole podcast. So, no thanks.
And Zachary, where can people find you?
ZacharyCWagner.com is my personal site, which has information about my book, Non-Toxic Masculinity, as well as some other things that I've written there. And you can also find me on Twitter at the same handle, Zachary C. Wagner.
Okay, I will put links to that. Andrew's also really active on Facebook, so I'll put links to your Facebook too, Andrew, because I always see you up there every day as well. So, well, thank you guys. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Sheila.
I am so grateful to Zach and Andrew for joining me for this discussion. And
I wonder if there's something more relevant with the last 1 minute and 46 seconds of this. Let's listen a little bit more.
It was a hard one. We do have a one-sheet download that summarizes all of the things that we talked about in today's podcast. And I will put the link in the podcast notes so that you can get that download. If you have youth pastors, Christian school principals, pastors, anyone who is recommending this book, please show them the download. Just print it out. It's double-sided.
Is there a different response that I can show to people other than your dishonest, uncharitable hackery, Sheila? Because I would not recommend this to anybody. This is just really just you go talking about how the book is poison. Honestly, your podcast is poison.
It's not overly long. I've summarized everything, but it gets to the heart of why this book is such a problem.
Your podcast is a problem too, but in slightly different ways.
You know, on Twitter this week, I was having some interesting conversations. And one of the thoughts that I brought up is that I think one of the reasons that every man's battle philosophy got so big in the evangelical church is that it allowed men to keep objectifying women while they felt like they were doing the hard work of defeating lust.
Again with the assumptions, and even in the outro, this podcast and Sheila just cannot help but spout off her uncharitabilities, and it's uncharitability more than dishonesty, saying that Arturburn and Stoeker are trying to, I don't know, just encourage men to not view women as people and instead view them as property or whatever. At no point in my own personal reading of this book, at no point did I ever think in reading this that they were trying to encourage the idea that women are just property, that I'll just shut up and get back to work in the kitchen or something like that. So just finish up for the last 55 seconds.
Because whether you're bouncing your eyes or whether you're lusting, you're still seeing a woman as merely body parts and not.
She goes on about, she says that, but at the same time, a lot earlier, going towards the last third of this podcast, Andrew was saying as to how that he was in Vancouver with his wife, saying and acknowledging that this woman was beautiful, this random woman that they both had seen and admitted are beautiful. How is that not a looking at women's body parts? Honestly, this is just stupid. Throughout this whole podcast, they go talking about acknowledging the beauty of women and so on and so forth. It's kind of hard for you to acknowledge the physical beauty of any person at all, the physical handsomeness of any man, without looking somewhat, at least, at the physical traits of that said person. This is just completely asinine. You're supposed to acknowledge, or you're supposed to be able to acknowledge the beauty of people without looking at their body parts? What? And no, Arturburn and Stoeker are not viewing as women just as pieces of meat with sexual body parts or anything else like that. you can just take that straw man and shove it way up your ass, Sheila.
Not as a whole person. And as I have said so many times before, Jesus never refused to look at women. Jesus chose to truly see women. We need to be a church that sees women. So I'm looking forward to that day when we are. And I believe She Deserves Better, The Great Sex Rescue, The Good Guy's Guide to Great Sex, and Andrew and Zachary's new books, Non-Toxic Masculinity, The Sexually Healthy Man, all of those are part of that work to getting to a healthy church. So join us in spreading the healthy resources and in warning people about the toxic ones so that together we can create the kind of church that we want our kids to grow up in. So thank you very much. And I will see you next week on the Bare Marriage Podcast. Bye-bye.
Wow. Absolute trash. I can't believe it. Yeah. 5 hours and 29 minutes. This is the absolute longest live stream that I've actually, is it? I think that my one live stream where I was responding to a video by Rin Michaelis back in 2019 actually was a bit just as long as this. Although the last 3 hours of that live stream was more hanging out than actually responding to something. But regardless, 5 hours and 29 minutes to respond to a 1 hour and 20-minute podcast. This is definitely one of my longest right here. And I will definitely have to edit a highlight reel sometime. I don't know how that is going to, how I'm going to go about that, when exactly it's going to be uploaded or anything else like that. But yeah, this podcast was just painful for me to listen through. It really was. To anybody who suffered through with me to listen to every last minute of this podcast, through all the more boring parts of my meandering or motor mouthing at the beginning of this live stream, to the more impassioned parts for me, more in the middle-ish areas, through all of it, thank you very much. And if you liked what you listened to, don't forget to leave a like down below. It will help me as much as the length of this live stream might kind of cripple itself. A like would still kind of help to balance that out. So much appreciated. And if you would like to see more content like this, well, then go ahead and subscribe. And I promise that my content is not usually this freaking long. Although with the success of Adam and Sitch and their live streams, who knows? It might be something to consider. But at the same time, I kind of admitted that I was not a live stream personality, and yet here I am being a live stream personality right now. But it's just, I did not see any other way to respond to this podcast other than with a live stream, just to get it relatively quickly out of the way, as opposed to taking days and days and days to edit together a response video. But yeah, thank you all for watching, for everyone who did watch, and yeah, leave a comment down below. Tell me what you think, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night and a good week, and God bless y'all.